was thinking in terms of revising the syllabus for research methodology as a part of the capacity building program, as a part of the research methodology program for the PhD student, MPhil and PhD student. It included in its syllabus, it included three components. And I know it because I was a member of the committee, and this discussion came up again and again that what all should be included within research methodology. And the consensus was that all students in research methodology, irrespective of the discipline from which they may come from economics, they may come from history, they may come from area studies program, they may come from languages. So, whichever they come from, they should know about quantitative research. They should know about the simple statistical procedures. They should also know about narratives, about qualitative research, about the analysis of what people say. And in addition to these two, one point which came up again and again was that many of the researches are done very well. The data are collected meticulously, the data are analyzed very well. The computer programs, highly sophisticated programs, are accessible to them, and the data are interpreted very well. That is to say, the data are understood very well, and they are able to answer the questions of causality, meaning thereby what is the cause of the phenomenon. They're able to give a total description of the phenomenon. But even after such a laborious work that the student does, even after this, the research work does not really catch attention. Important researches go down the hill, and no one is able to read those researches, no one is able to benefit from those researches. And this question came up again and again, that the students doing research methodology not be trained in the methods of data collection, methods of data analysis, methods of interpretation, but they should also be told about how they have to write, how the research work has to be packaged, how many articles you plan from this, how many books you plan for this, and therefore it is important. It was said that it is very important that we pay attention to writing up of research. And there were very distinguished members who were in the team, in the committee, and one of them suggested that this should be the third component in that course. And a very fancy title came, and fancy title was that it should be called paper clinic. By it was meant writing on the paper. Now, writing is not just the finished product of research, but also it should be how to prepare your proposal. A proposal which can help you in getting admission in a foreign university, or for that matter, any university. A proposal for obtaining admission in MPhil or PhD, or a proposal for grant, or a proposal for getting the work published. So, how to prepare this kind of a proposal? And we deliberated on this, and it was decided that we would fund the universities, we would fund the research organization in case they wanted to organize a consolidated program on writing up research proposals, writing up research finding. So we will provide financial assistance to these programs. Those days, since I happened to be the head of the Department of Anthropology, I seized this opportunity, and I requested the ICSR to provide me funding to carry out such a program, in my own department, I also told the ICSSR that I would submit a report on the basis of my own experiences of conducting the program and seeing the impact of this kind of a program. And I tell you, we conducted this program in the Department of Anthropology, where I was employed as a teacher, that the last day when we evaluated the students who had participated, I could see, number one, a lot of confidence among them. They were really brimming with confidence. Number two, I could see in them the yearning to write. They had the desire to write. And number three, they all became what is called quality conscious. That whatever we do, we have to do it very well. We should write an article which should be organically integrated. Our proposal should be very well read. We talked about two kinds of things. Number one, we spoke about what are the components of a research proposal, what are the components of a research article, and what are the components of a book, which are the sections, because one should always think in terms of the section in which you are going to take up a particular thing. We also talked about how to go about writing. For example, very simple thing, that keep the reader in mind. This is a very important statement, and I'm very fond of quoting it. You write your proposal, you write your article, you write your book as a writer. You write your book, you write your proposal, you write your article as a book, but you read your work as a reader. It's a very profound statement, that how you have to switch from one role to the other role. When you are writing, you are in the role set of a writer. What kind of things you should remember as a writer. But when you are reading your own work, then you should step into the role of the reader, keeping the reader in mind. The reader is anonymous, meaning thereby the reader is not in your neighborhood. The reader may be far off. The reader may be in another city. The reader may be in another country. And your work, since it has been published, it is available in what is called the public domain. It would be read, may not be today, it would be read tomorrow, it would be read after some length of time. Therefore, you should be very cautious about how you write. So the second aspect was, which you took up, was that how to acquire the writing skills. The writing skills in the sense that you are able to write effectively. And the third part was the third part dealt with how to break what is called writer's block. People are unable to write up. So how to break that kind of a block, how to have some kind of a psychological preparedness, that well, I would be able to write. And just to sum up, what I learned from the workshop which I organized was that the students had the desire to write. In other words, they had overcome the psychological obstructions, and the obstructions which were all concerned with the fact that, well, I will not be able to write, I will not be able to do this, and there are other people who are writing much better. So this kind of a psychological break has to occur. We also told the students who came, and they came from a variety of disciplines, although the venue was the Department of Anthropology. We told all of them that, look, some of you are dealing predominantly with numbers. Some of you are dealing with quantitative research. Say, for example, people who come from economics, or people who come from statistics, or people who come from psychology. They are dealing more with numbers. And there are people who are dealing more with words. For example, the historians. They are, or for example, the people from literature. I told them that it is an erroneous thought on the part of the quantitative researchers that language does not matter. There's no need for you to bother about the language because you have to just tell the numbers. And I told them to look, numbers, a point which I told you last time as well, numbers have to be interpreted. You have to tell the significance of the numbers. What do these numbers signify? And that kind of an interpretation of a number is always qualitative. It has to be written up. Therefore, irrespective of the fact whether you are a quantitative researcher or you are a qualitative researcher, you must love the language. You must, you know, must be a good writer, because whichever discipline you are, you would be successful for writing very well. I remember here a statement which comes in a book by Harry Walcott, and I will refer to this book as I proceed. And this is a very nice statement. He says the reader is doubly blessed when the reader is reading a kind of research stuff which has been done extremely well, but is also written very well. So the double blessing for the reader is the work has been done very well. You have conducted your research very well, and also you have written it very well. Both the aspects have to be taken into consideration. Now, you would ask me that why are we so much bothered about research, writing? Why? I mean, why? Why should we pay attention to this? You can always say, well, if I know the language, if I know the grammar, I would be able to write. Where is the problem? Where is the block? I will not be suffering, I'll be able to do it. But the reality is very different. And this reality has been noted by a number of people. The first prominent book which addressed this problem of writing, was written by very famous man who is, I call him the Pandit, the guru of qualitative research, a man called Howard Becker. And his book was published sometimes in the late 1960s, 1967 to be precise. Why did he write this book, which was called Writing for the Social Sciences? Why did he write this book? Because he says in the first chapter of the book that he found his graduate student, those who were enrolled for PhD, those who were working on their term papers, he found that they spoke extremely well. They were able to argue very well, and they were often very creative and very innovative in terms of their ideas. But when it came down to writing, they did a dismal job. They did such an unfortunate job that no one would like to read it. Just because they had not taken writing seriously, just because they were not told that writing is such an important thing and they have to cultivate the art of writing. And therefore, Howard Becker wrote this book from his own personal experiences. I have a copy of the book and I will just forward it to Dr. Bilgrami so that it could be sent to all of you. It is in English language. Do try to read it slowly, comfortably try to read it, and I'm sure by the time you reach the end of the book, you would have overcome many of the problems you have because it is addressing your problems. Now, one question which comes is writing really a burden? Why are we talking about it? Is it really a burden? Yes, it is a burden. It is a burden which the writers feel. And once writing has been developed, once you have acquired this skill, once you are able to do, I am telling you, there will not be any problem. You would be able to write slowly, you will be able to write effectively. There will not be any problem with respect to your writing, you will find this an easy job. Why it is a burden? It is a burden because it requires some kind of a serious, focused, concerted, devoted and dedicated attention. You have to tell yourself that I have to write. I must write whatever I am saying. And these blocks I am having, these blocks have to be overcome. Well, here as a footnote, I will tell you that we are also concerned with some kind of blocks which are because of mental illnesses, some kind of blocks which come for other kind of physiological and physical illnesses, which we are not concerned with this because these are different areas. For example, a person who has suffered from a stroke, God forbid, will not be able to write. We may even forget the linguistic aspect, may forget the language. I know a case where a person had a stroke, and after that stroke, believe me, it was such a pathetic sight that he forgot the entire alphabets. He was just not able to remember anything, and he was able to speak, but he was not able to read. And the doctors advised him to start like a nursery class child so that you can pick it up. I'm not talking about it. We are talking about people who are normal and they do not have any psychiatric or any physical illnesses. So these blocks are mainly created by a particular kind of thinking, on the part of the writers, and that is underquote, well, I will not be able to write, or I cannot compose good sentences. This is something which comes here. This kind of a block comes. And I would advise you to have a look at the second book. Although I always say that you should read little and think more. The second book I will advise is by Harry Walcott, which is called Writing Up Qualitative Research. This was also done in 1974, and it is also a very useful book. And as I told you, I would be able to send a copy to Dr. Bilgrami so that you could see. And Walcott is attending to this kind of an issue, the issue on your part that I will not be able to do so. I will not be able to write such an excellent prose as others have written. And there are three things which support the idea why writing is a burden. The first evidence comes from open-ended questionnaires. When open-ended questionnaires are sent, a common practice is the respondents who are called interlocutors, these respondents do not answer the open-ended question, they answer the closed-ended question. Suppose the question is, are you married? Yes or no? They would immediately answer it. But suppose the other question is, tell us about the initial years of your marital adjustment with your wife or your husband, and you have to write 5 sentences, 10 sentences, and there what they would do is they would just leave it. In India, a common practice is they would slash it, they'll put a line across it and write not applicable. And the same people, when you interview them in a face-to-face conversation, or when you speak to them on telephone, the answer they give will be very, very different, and it will be such a rich and detailed answer. Why? Because they find writing onerous, they find writing a burden. Second thing which comes here is one of the main menaces of research, and that is called plagiarism, copying the work of the others and passing it as your own work. Some studies have been done on why people plagiarize, and these studies have come to the conclusion that people who plagiarize, they often say, well, I was reading the work of this person, it was so well written, it was so good that I thought this is exactly what I want to say. What this person is saying, I'm seeing the same thing, so why not copy it? So this is the extent of plagiarism. The third, part which comes is And this is based on some kind of a survey which has been done on the number of students who seek admission to MPhil and PhD and number of students who are able to complete, the number of the dropouts, those who are not able to complete their research degree. Well, there could be several reasons why students drop out, and there could be personal reasons, there could be other kinds of reasons, there could be, family domestic reasons. If someone leaves research because he has to join his father's business, or a girl is forced to leave research because she is getting married. But one of the major reasons that has been found is that the student is unable to write up. The supervisor keeps on telling the student, well, you have not written well, write it again, the arguments are not cogent, the arguments are not persuasive, develop your ideas again. And often on the margin, the supervisor would write, rewrite, explain. And the student is so overwhelmed with this that eventually decide enough is enough, I'm not going to complete it. And they drop out. In fact, it could be a good study on your part as well. If you are supervising PhD student, how many were registered under your supervision and how many were finally able to complete, and find out the reason why they were not able to complete. And writing becomes an important factor. This was not only my observation, but Professor M. N. Srinivas, who is a great sociologist, who was a great sociologist, in one of his articles, he writes the same thing, that people are unable to write up, and therefore writing has to be taken seriously. Now, in the rest of the time which is at my disposal, I will tell you how to, in a nutshell, I'll tell you how to be an effective writer, how to prepare your research proposal, how to prepare your article, how to prepare your book, and what is that you have to keep in mind. The first thing which we all have to remember, the first thing we have to remember, that every piece of research, it may be an article, it may be a book, or even it may be a proposal. Every piece of research is time bound, meaning thereby that you have to finish your MPhil in, say, 3 years, okay, or 2 years, PhD in 4 years. You may seek extension for 5 years, one more year. But then there's a time limit. You can't sit on this work forever. You have the luxury of doing one work for the rest of your life when you have surpassed the writing which is time bound. And that would come only when you are a senior professor. I mean, I can take 20 years for writing a book because there's no compulsion on me. But most of the writing which the young people have to do, these writings are time bound, which means that suppose a book has been sent to you for review and they would say, finish the review within a month or within 2 months or within 1.5 months. The time limit is given and you have to organize your writing within the ambit of that time limit. This is often called the principle of the economy of time, that everything is time bound. I also told you that certain kinds of writings may be time free, that you can go on for years and years and go on working on that. But the kind of writing which young people like you have to do, they are time bound. Number two, the second thing is that every piece of research is having a word limit. And word limit perhaps was not imposed that severely in the past. In the past, you could write several volumes of the same work. I mean, there are people like Sir James Fraser who wrote several volumes of the Golden Bough or Totemism and Exogamy. So you could write several volumes. But now, in the last say 70 or 80 years, you find that word limit is imposed. Word limit is imposed on the review. Word limit is imposed on the article you have to submit. I think every journal says what is the upper word limit, and it also says that do not transgress the word limit. And I know it very well. Suppose you send your article to Economic and Political Weekly, and it is exceeding the word limit, which I think is 8,000 words for an article. What they would do is they would not even look at it. And these days, with the computing facilities available, one can easily find out how many words you have written. Therefore, you have to be conscious about the word limit, which actually means that you have to organize your material in such a way that you are able to narrate your story within that word limit. And that is why when you write a proposal, or when you write a book, what you have to keep in mind is what is called the principle of exclusion, and not the principle of inclusion. If you think that you would include everything in one article, I am sure you will not be able to do a good job. Therefore, therefore, always keep in mind what is that you are going to say within 2,000 words, within 3,000 words, 5,000 words, because there's a word limit. Whichever ideas are outside the ambit of that paper, whichever ideas are outside the vicinity of that paper, you develop it in your other papers. Do not think this is a final paper you are writing. So spread your paper. Each paper should have only one theme. Each research should have, as I told you yesterday, day before, each research should have research questions which are organically integrated. In fact, we define an article or we define a book as organically integrated. There's nothing in the book, there's nothing in the article which is superfluous. There's nothing in the book or the article which actually you don't need. Everything is to the point. And if you find anything which is not pertaining to this, you remove it. Number 3, the second one is called principle of the economy of words. And this is very relevant now. You may always say 19th century did not exist. Yes, I know it. 19th century did not exist. Why it did not exist? Because there were very few writers. There were hardly any journals, and therefore, one could always get away with the word limit, but not now, where it is enforced. I was in the University of Cambridge, and believe me, we were told the day we started our PhD that your thesis has to be within 80,000 words. And the notification from the university for the research student said, if you are including more than 80,000 words, you have to give a justification why your thesis should have more than 80,000 words. You have to give a justification. And that justification which you give in your thesis, this must have a support from your supervisor. The supervisor should also say that, look here, the supervisor should also say that, look here, I understand this work, it requires more words than what it is. And when I was about to submit my PhD, I realized that it had more than 80,000 words. I realized that it had, I mean, those were the days when you had to manually count. I realized that the dissertation had, my PhD thesis had close to 95,000 words. And I was told by my supervisor that please be strict on the word limit. Otherwise, your thesis will be sent back. They are not going to admit the thesis for evaluation. And I had only two options. Either I cut from each chapter, okay, but I found it very difficult. What I thought was, why not remove one chapter and give a summary of that chapter in the earlier chapter. I also removed certain portions from the other chapters, and later on I want to tell all of you that I published those as separate articles. They were published, but the dissertation subscribe to the word limit. And this kind of a discipline which has to come, you impose this discipline on yourself. Well, whatever I have to say, I will say in so many words. Now comes the third principle, which in fact sometimes may become an obstruction as well. And here I am quoting Harry Walcott. He says, often, often when you are writing your work, you reach the dead end of the tunnel, meaning thereby that you are not able to write. The arguments are not coming. The story is not developing. You do not know what to do. There are blocks which come. At this point in time, you think, I am not able to write well, or I am not able to develop the argument because I have not read much. This is the feeling which comes. I have not read much. And what will happen? This is with all of us. And I have had personal experience of this. And what would happen with you? I'll tell you what would happen with you. You will rush to the library. And now, of course, you will rush to the internet sites, to the to the YouTube channels, to the JSTOR for more material. Libraries are dangerous places. I always say so. Internet is a dangerous place because they are based on what is called snowball process, meaning thereby you read one book, this book will lead you to another book, another will book lead you another book. This process is ceaseless, it is endless. And what I have seen is, it has happened with me, so I'm sharing with you. What will happen is writing will be inordinately delayed. You will be delaying your writing because you are obsessed with reading. And academic reading is a difficult job. It's not like reading a novel or the morning newspaper. Difficult job in the sense that you have to imbibe the whole thing. You have to prepare notes also. So time will be spent in this. Therefore, what is that we should do? The suggestion which comes from Harry Walcott is start your writing as early as possible. You have to strike a balance between writing and reading, so that both the things go simultaneously. You are reading also, the ideas which come from your reading material, they are incorporated into your writing. But do not delay it, and you have to overcome this fear that I have not read enough, because research is all concerned with building upon some of the salient works which have been done, some of the salient materials which are available. You have to build upon this. That is why the third principle says that do not bother about too many references. Sometimes we start thinking, hmm, that if my work will have hundreds of references, I will be able to improve, I will be able to impress upon my examiners. We start thinking that that we will be able to show our erudition. Oh my God, I've read so much. You know the reality. You have not read so much. You have only taken references from secondary sources, and you are only filling in the bibliography or references cited. Therefore, the suggestion given not by one author but a large number of authors is that refer to only those books and articles which you have really read. They also say, do not think that you will create a healthy impression on the reader by giving a huge bibliography or huge references cited. Because today in the contemporary world, when internet facilities are available, your readers will be able to produce a lengthier bibliography than you. It's not a difficult thing. You can get so much of material. Therefore, bibliography, your references which you are citing should be those which you have read, which you have imbibed, which you think are important, and on which you have built up your ideas. Now, these are the three things we have to keep in mind. So I would repeat. First is remember the time limit, and my humble suggestion to all of you is that in case you think you would not be able to honor the time limit, do not take the assignment. It happens with a large number of senior academicians like me that we take it. Something comes, some offer comes, oh, please do this article, we'll take it. And if suppose some kind of a monetary, you know, incentive is there, we take it. And then you know what happens? You are not able to finish that in time. And what happens? The offer is withdrawn. The offer goes to someone else. You feel sad about it just because you were already overloaded with work. And so when you are already overloaded with work, do not take up more work. And that was the reason why throughout my career, I told my PhD students that, and there were plenty of them, 24 finally finished their thesis under me, and 38 were registered in total. And also another 30 or 40, MPhil students. And I used to tell each one of them that look, when you are doing your MPhil or when you are doing your PhD, please, for heaven's sake, do not do any other thing. Just concentrate on one thing, because if you do not concentrate on one thing, your energies are going to be frittered away. You will not be able to concentrate. Your PhD will suffer, your thesis will suffer. So do not. Once you have done your PhD, you publish it as a book and see the remarkable achievement you have in your pocket after that. So, has to be a focused kind of a thing. Honor the time limit, honor the word limit, whatever is said. And today, a large number of peer reviewed journals, they first of all see whether you have subscribed to the word limit or not. And number three, only those references which you have read, because you will be confident about them. And unless the original reference is not available, never go to the secondary reference, because secondary reference may have misinterpreted the ideas of the primary author. You do not know, because you are reading from a secondary source and not from the primary source. The secondary source may have quoted it half. I have many examples. Had the time been at my disposal, I would have given you some of these examples. Like half of the sentence is quoted, the other half is not quoted, and the other half says something very important. So therefore, go to the primary references, read them closely, and if you think you are in agreement with it, if you think you are in disagreement with this, only then you should use it. Now, the important point all of us have to keep in mind, and uh, and this is, I think, the Guru mantra, you can say, a holy litany, is that start writing as early as possible. Meaning thereby, a famous statement: writing should be joined to research. Do not think that you would write up your PhD thesis or your MPhil thesis or the project report after all the data have been done. Do not separate data collection from desk work. Then after everything is calm, then I will start writing. And the data collection may take 1 year, may take 2 years, and for 2 years you are not doing anything. Therefore, the advice is that do not consider writing a mopping up activity, something which will come towards the end when you just mop up the entire thing. No, it should be very actively, it should be joined to your research. What does it mean? It means we make a distinction between research design and research proposal. It's a very important distinction. Research design and research proposal. Research proposal, research proposal is a document which you submit for admission to a research program. Research proposal is a document which you submit to an organization for funding. Research proposal is a proposal you submit to an international organization for support. So it's a proposal. And research design is contained in the research proposal. However, research design can be examined, research design can be conceptualized as a separate category. Now, the distinction is following. Research design is prepared for one's own consumption. I repeat, this is what you're preparing for your own consumption, in the sense how your research is going to progress, which steps you are going to take. Research design is a thumbnail sketch of your research, how I'm going to proceed on it, which aspects I have to keep in mind. You prepare it in point form. It is some kind of a blueprint of your research. Like you say, what are the research questions which I'm going to investigate? And periodically, you look at your research design, because you have prepared it for your own work, you have prepared it for your own consumption. So you look at your research design periodically just to see whether you are still following the research design or you have deviated from this. You are looking at it in terms of the new challenges, the newer challenges which come during the course of your study, during the course of data collection. And obviously what happens is the research design will keep on developing, because you're constantly looking at it. This is what I had planned, that is how it is proceeding. Now I am bringing some more variables which I did not consider. Last time in my class I told you about the chance finding, the unanticipated finding, what are called serendipity or serendipitous finding, you incorporate there. So your research design keeps on developing over time. Research proposal may remain the same. I give you an example. I submit a research proposal to the university for admission. The university admits me, okay, and a topic is given to me. When I am submitting my thesis, it is entirely different from what I had planned. I have seen it in my own work. I have also seen it in the case of my student, that when they are submitting, they say, sir, I wanted to do this, but there were so many unanticipated things which came up during the course of our data collection, our analysis. Now, sir, the thesis is like this. And obviously, I had to write to the Board of Research Studies about the change of the topic. And it was done. Because everyone knows that the way in which you start your work and the way you finish it, they are two different things. You when you start your work, you do not know what kind of challenges you are going to face, and when you finish it, you have faced all the challenges, and then you have come to a different kind of a thing. This has to be kept in mind. Research design is always developing, and it keeps on changing. So when you prepare the research design, do write why do you want to work on this. Writing has to be joined to research. This kind of writing is not, look here, this kind of writing is not for publication. This kind of writing is for your own clarification. Often the term self-clarification is used, but tomorrow these pieces of writing you do, these kinds of snippets you write, these kinds of passages you write, they may become a part of your work, the big part of your work, because These are the ideas, the way they are developing. Don't postpone writing, even when it is going to be an experimental research. Write about this, what you observed. In a similar manner, when suppose you are doing a questionnaire based research, and the questionnaire is the mailed questionnaire. The questionnaire has been sent to people and they start coming. Once the questionnaire comes, once the questionnaire comes, you analyze it, you look at it, don't just leave it. Look at it, and on the basis of your understanding of a single questionnaire, write your comment. What do you expect to find? What is the kind of trend which is going up? Okay, wait for the next questionnaire to come. The next questionnaire comes, you look at it in the same manner, write your comments on that. Eventually, finally, all these comments will be compiled in your work. Do not ignore writing. The next suggestion which comes here is that writing has to be taken very seriously. Unlike speaking, there's a very important distinction between when you teach in a class and when you write. Most important characteristic of a class, and many of you are teachers here, most important characteristic of the class is you are repetitive. You say the same idea again and again. When it is a face-to-face classroom situation, you are looking at the student, you are gauging the expressions which come on their faces, what are called non-verbal expression, and from your interpretation of their expression, you arrive at the conclusion, well, they are not understanding, okay, and you repeat it, and then again you find that some students have not understood, you repeat it again, okay, and in this way you say the same thing again and again. Writing, on the other hand, is very disciplined. You have to say one idea only once, and therefore the words in which you say that idea, this word, these words should be really very evocative. In the other words, that these words should be such that you don't need any other word to explain it. So you have to write it craftily. The word used is craftily, keeping in mind the reader. Reader has not to be missed out. The reader is there who is going to read. I just told you, I repeat this statement, read your work as a reader. When you are reading your work, don't read as a writer. Read it as a reader. I'm telling you that see that how the other reader who knows the language, how the other reader is going to react to this. Because you have to write it craftily, you have to develop the arguments very well, and you have to keep the reader in mind. Writing has to be done slowly, has to be done steadily. Unlike speech, the other day I spoke to you for 3 hours. I could do that. But can I write for 3 hours? Perhaps not. Well, of course, I can copy. I can copy for 3 hours or 4 hours. But when it comes to writing some kind of an intellectual product, I need time. And therefore, the second piece of advice given is, and it has been very beautifully expressed by Howard Becker in his book, in a sentence which goes like this: writing is thinking. Writing is thinking. When you are writing, the thoughts are coming. You are also negotiating with your thoughts. You're also dealing with your thoughts. And in many cases, it has been seen, ideas come when you are writing. When you're writing. And therefore, keep these ideas in your grip. Writing has to be done slowly. It has to be done steadily. The books on writing up this say, I like this thing, and this is something which I have done throughout my life. Writing has to be spread over a length of time. If you think that on one day you would be able to write an article running into 1000 words, you are mistaken. It would be your poor effort. Why not, if you have to write an article of 1000 words and you have 5 days at your disposal, why don't you write 250 words every day, very craftily, looking at each word which is used, so that you are satisfied with each sentence, and there you come to the conclusion that there could not have been any other way of writing except the way I have adopted. Spread your work. Look at the simple arithmetic. If you are writing every day 200 words, at the end of the month you will have 6000 words, which is one article. At the end of the year, just imagine, the number of words you would have written, and to your satisfaction. Now, you have to improvise. The people who say so, they say you have to improvise your own methodology for this. For example, Harry Walcott says the following. He says that, like your all other activities, all other, activities of the day, for example, brushing your teeth, okay, bathing, okay, you eating, like all other activities for which you have to spend time. Like, for example, after this class would be over, I'll have my breakfast, and I know breakfast would mean 15 minutes. I know lunch would have 20 minutes. I know this. So in this way, I am apportioning time. How much time I'll spend in the bath? How much time I'll spend, on washing clothes? How much time I'll spend on sweeping the floor? Okay. In the same way, if you are a writer, if you are a researcher, surely it doesn't apply to all of us. It applies to people who are doing research work, and I'm only addressing people who are researching. I'm not addressing, I'm not trying to make someone who is not a writer, who is not a researcher, a writer. I'm only trying to say, if this is a part of your agenda, as it is my agenda, as it is your agenda, if it is a part of your agenda, Walcott says that every day keep some time for writing up. When you are going to sit down and write, this can be any time. You can do it early in the morning, you can do late in the night, you can do in the afternoon, so on and so forth. You can do whenever you are free. My wife did most of her writing, and she works on Sufism. Most of her writing she did when the children had returned from the school. She had given them lunch, and after lunch she wanted children to have siesta, the children to have afternoon sleep. And while they were in the afternoon sleep, because in the evening they would go and play, so the time, say, let us say 3 to 5, when they are relaxing, when they are sleeping, my wife would do most of the writing. What about me? I did most of the writing in the morning, which I still do. I do is early in the morning. I am a senior citizen. As I told you, I get up at 4:30 in the morning, irrespective of the weather, irrespective of the time. And after my usual walk and other thing, I prepare a cup of tea for me and sit down and write it. I never write more than 200 to 300 words. And then I leave it, because I write on paper with my pencil or pen, okay? I do it in the morning, and then I do other things. I have to do administration, I have to do, lecturing, I have to read, etc., etc. And in the night, before I am going to sleep, after food, the wise men say that you should have at least 2 hours gap after your dinner. If you finish your dinner at 8:30, do not sleep before 10:30. 2 hours you should be working, and you should not go to sleep. If you go to sleep immediately after eating, then you will have all kinds of ailment, including obesity. So 2 hours, the time which I have, What I do is I type out what I've written in the morning, and I've been doing for years and years and years and years. I type out all that. Okay, I have yet not developed the ability to write straight on the computer. I've told you earlier. Now I type it. While I'm typing, I am making changes to the language. The first level of editing is occurring, and after I have typed it, 250 words will not require much time. I would read what I have written earlier. Like yesterday, I wrote 250 words. Today, I've written 250 words. I will read these 500 words and examine those very critically. Which questions come in my mind? Where the sentence needs to be reformed? And before I am retiring to bed, I would write. I would write on a piece of paper, a diary which I have, and the diary like this. I will write what all I have to write tomorrow, how this article is going to develop tomorrow. I have the thumbnail sketch, and this is what I'm working. And gradually it goes on. Every day, every day, I have written on this also. Every day I write, every day I read what I have written earlier, and every day the whole thing is going to be edited and is going to be modified. Actually, I was quite impressed with the words of Howard Becker, who said that all these great people, those who have made mark in academics, they do not tell us how they wrote up. They tell us how they collected the data. They tell us how they analyzed the data. They tell us who were their supervisor. They do not tell us the problems they encountered while writing. They do not tell us about the writer's blocks they experience of being at the dead end of the tunnel. You don't know what to do, and how they overcame those kinds of things. They do not tell us that a book or an article is written written in different phases. You don't write the book chapter wise. You write some portions here, some portions there. You do not work on the book linearly. In fact, my own experience is, and the experience of many other people is that the last thing you write after you have done your work is the introduction. And in a research article, after, believe me, after the research article has been accepted for publication, okay, you have modified it, the comments came, you revised it, and after that, before you submit it finally, you write the abstract. Abstract is the last thing which is written. And what is the first thing which is read by your reader is the abstract. So a work is not produced linearly. Linearly means in a line. A work is produced iteratively, meaning thereby one portion is written in the beginning, another portion is written towards the end, and then they are all pieced together. And then you bring everything together. Earlier, we used to have this cut and paste. You write on a piece of paper, cut it, and you tell the typist, please type it first, then you type this, then you type this. Okay. So work is not produced linearly, but work is read linearly. People do not tell. Howard Becker says that you do not come to know about how the work was written. You only know about there's a finished work. But as there was a sentence in Reader's Digest, for writing a book of 400 pages, you have to write first sentence, the first sentence of the book. And that sentence should be convincing to you. And therefore you have to take writing very seriously. Spread the word. I have been advising my student because I have really been interested in writing, and I became more conscious of writing when I was in the University of Cambridge. I thought that many of us are not able to write because English is not our mother tongue, and that is why we are facing these problems. But when I was in England, I found that even the British student who were speaking English, it was their mother tongue, they were also facing the same problem. On the contrary, I found that I had better command over English language than most of them. And often I'm not, boasting, and I'm not, saying anything, which is against the principles. I found that my command over English language and vocabulary was far better than the local people. They often used to look at me with amazement when I would use these words, and I spoke very clearly, unlike those people who used to eat the words away. So, so I found that whether you are writing in your own mother tongue, whether you are writing in a different language, you face the same kind of problem. And the way to overcome these problems is, and it was beautifully expressed by Howard Becker, and also by Harry Walcott, that the only panacea means remedy, the only panacea to not writing, the only antidote to not writing is to write. And there are fascinating experiences. Like Walcott says that I have fixed the writing time when I'm writing. And at that time when I'm writing, I don't want any disturbance. So what I do is, the book was written in 1974. He says, what I do is, I put my telephone, my landline, of course, there were landlines at the time, on the answering machine. And if suppose someone rang up, the answering machine would say, hey, Harry is writing. Don't disturb him. He will get back to you once he has finished his writing. That kind of a discipline. Why I developed this habit of writing in the morning, which I am cultivating till now, because there's a time when the children are sleeping, and also they let less disturbance, finish it, because it requires a different kind of a thing. Slowly, gradually, you do it. Further advice: when you are writing, then do not keep the books and the articles and the materials around you, because if all these things, which are generally called scholarly apparatuses, articles which you are going to quote, books you are going to quote, in case you keep all these around you, there will be a tendency to read, and there may also be a tendency to plagiarize. Thus, to overcome this menace of plagiarism is, do not keep these things in your reach. Number one, you will start reading, writing will be delayed. If you start copying, you will be accused of plagiarism. Therefore, you should write whatever comes in your mind. Do not think that your first draft is going to be the final draft. It is your rough work which will be subsequently, it will be modified. And remember, I always told my student that look, there's a very nice statement in Hindi and Urdu. It says that बूंद बूंद से घड़ा भरता है. What does it mean? With drops. Writing should be seen like this. And I'm reminded of, I come from the state of Uttar Pradesh, and my mother often used to say, Sahaj pake so meetha hoye. It means something which ripens slowly is always very sweet. Yeah? Rather than something which ripens quickly. So let it ripen slowly. Write small things every day, and then you would see you would be able to do wonders, really able to do wonders. Also, you will never have plagiarism. But what is required of you is, that at one point in time, you will take up only one writing assignment. Do not be greedy. Even if you are getting some monetary incentives, no. One work you finish, Then you move on to the other work. You cannot travel in two boats. I mean, the same idea. Finish one work to the best of your ability, then move on to the other work. Why? This work is going to last. It is going to be read, and it should be your best work done at that point in time. Surely in future you would do many other good works, but it should be the best, and therefore one writing assignment. Now we come to two more things. I have 11 minutes to my disposal. Now the second thing is, well, we are not able to write because our vocabulary is not very good. We don't get the right words. Many students have come and told me, especially in the writing workshop which I have organized. I have also organized such writing workshops for other universities, and I have lectured on writing up because I think that writing up should be taken up very seriously. And we have to be aware of this. So they often say, well, I don't have words. I find I'm not able to express, especially, especially if it is going to be qualitative research, which requires a larger mastery over language than otherwise. And they say, well, I don't know, my grammar is bad. And I tell them, look here, why are you mourning your weaknesses? It's a very nice sentence. Mourning your weaknesses, having self pity. Oh, I don't know. Huh? I can't work. Hmm? Sometime, in Uttar Pradesh, they say, apni takdeer pe rona. You cry on your own luck. Oh, I can't do it. Rather than takdeer se ladna, meaning thereby, rather than fighting, rather than combating your luck, you succumb to it. Oh, I won't be able to do. So I used to tell them, as something which I've learned from all these books, that how is the vocabulary built up? Does it come to you? Does it come to you on its own? Or does some God comes and gives you the vocabulary? No, you have to build it up. Gradually, you have to build it up. How do you build up vocabulary? Do you build up vocabulary by going through the dictionary? No, not at all. There's a beautiful sentence because you're senior people, I should share with you. Beautiful sentence. You will remember it. The words of a poem are found in a dictionary. The words of a poem are found in a dictionary. A poem is not found in a dictionary. A poem is not found in a dictionary. The words are found in a dictionary. So, dictionary is not the way of improving upon your vocabulary. The advice is the following, and this is an idea which has been put forth by many. When you are reading a research paper, when you are reading an article, or even the newspaper, when you're reading, if you come across a word, if you come across a
Hello.
word,
Bolo.
meaning of which you do not,
Bolo.
the meaning you do not, you come across a word, the meaning is not clear. The usual tendency on our part is to jump over it. The usual tendency on our part is to skip it. You forget about it because the meaning of the sentence is clear to you. If the meaning of the, are you following my point? If the meaning of the sentence is clear to you, why should you bother about the meaning of a particular word? That is where you have committed the error. Whichever word comes, whichever expression comes, with which you are not familiar, which you do not know, what you should do is, very good English word, pause, stop. Go to your dictionary, okay? Look at the meaning of the word. Have a notebook. Have a notebook on which you write down that word. Write its different meanings and also the sentence in which this word has been used as a reminder. Okay, different meaning. If every day, again the same principle of spreading your work, if every day you collect 2 to 3 new words, imagine at the end of the month you will have 90 words. You would ask me immediately, you would say, well, how will I remember these words? I have written in my diary, how will I remember it? You have to memorize them. And there's a very simple principle of increasing, enlarging your memory. I tell you, you will be an excellent teacher in your life if you keep building upon your memory. And do not be a victim of this idea, well, I can't remember. You don't remember because you don't want to remember. And once again, I'm not bringing the pathological aspects. Well, of course, when you are old, dementia occurs, you start forgetting. I'm not talking about that. A normal human being will not forget, will remember, provided you want to remember. Make a conscious effort. When I read psychology many years ago, I learned a principle which I must share with all of you. And like as William Hazlitt said, you pass it on. You pass these principles to others. Then only the work will be done. The principle is of 4 R's, 4 alphabet R. Remember, revise, recall, and recite. Remember, remember this word or anything you remember. After a length of time, you try to revise it. You try to revise it. If you are not able to revise it, go back to remember. After some time, you try to recall it. You're not able to recall it, go back to remember. Revise and recall. And finally, you recite the way I'm reciting now. You know, human mind is amazing. Believe me, human brain is amazing. You know, I was in school and I still remember the boys in my class who remember the entire Mendeleev's periodic table with atomic number and atomic weight. There were boys in my class who remembered the entire chapter 18th of Bhagavad Gita. There were boys in my class who remembered the entire Rabindranath Tagore's Gitanjali. And you can open the book and see there will not be even a single mistake the way they had done it. Human mind is amazing. So remember these words and use them. It's not just that you know these words, you use them in your writing, use them in your lecture. You might have seen I'm using these words with great facility because I have internalized these words. Now, I will just request Rahman sir to give me 2-3 minutes more. Now, once the work is done, don't send it for publication immediately. Don't do it. That's a wrong practice. Whether it is the research proposal or it's the article or the book, okay, do not send it immediately. You have to observe what is called distance from the work you have done. This is the methodology of observing distance. Something you have done, leave it for the time being. Sometimes I leave the papers for 15 days, 20 days, sometimes even for a month. If suppose the time is with me, I leave it. Why? When you observe distance from this, you will tend to forget the kind of reactivity which has come in you because of that. It's a simple thing. You are seeing me in 2020. Ma'am Bilgrami has seen me in 2007. Okay. Rahman Saab has seen me in 2009. Okay. Now, if they see me again, they would be able to see the change which has occurred. I will also be able to see the change. This is called distancing. But if you see me every day, you will not be able to notice that change. That is why observing distance from your article. After a fortnight or so, go back to the same article, take out from your cupboard, and now you read it. My advice is, which I have learned from Harry Walcott, advice is read it a little loudly so that you can hear the words you have used. If there is a glitch, if there is a hiatus, if the word is inappropriate, if the word is not suitable, you will yourself find it out. You will not have to go to a professional editor. I'm always wary of professional editors. I'm always skeptical of professional editors because they may do injustice to your writing. You have to be the first writer of your work. You have to be the first editor of your work. You have to be the first commentator on your work. Read the work slowly. You will be able to find the changes. You will be able to correct the mistakes. After it has been done, you have edited it, then you send it to your trustworthy friends for comments. Now, I use the word trustworthy. Why did I use it? Because in academics, there's a lot of plagiarism. You write idea, before you publish it, someone else will publish it. Therefore, they should be your trustworthy friend who are, like the simple thing, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Huh? Someone who is very close to you. I'm reminded of a statement from Sekiro, which says, a friend is one to whom you can disclose everything of your heart, is still thinking that it is concealed in you. A friend is a person to whom you can tell everything of your heart and you still think it is concealed within you, that he is not going to advertise it, he is not going to trumpet what he has learned. So test and ask your friends to be ruthless. Ask your friends to give their fair comments, because you also tell your friend that in case their articles come, in case their comments come, you would also do the same kind of thing. And these kinds of ruthless comments, these kinds of barbarian comments should not spoil the threads of friendship. They should remain. A friend is one. I tell you, your best friend is one who is your best critic. Yes, yes. Huh? In fact, my wife is my friend because my wife is my best critic. She would tell where I have erred. And that is, in fact, the foundation of a relationship. And you should not feel bad about it. After all, we are all human. And to err is human. We all commit mistakes. Okay. Comments come. You look at those comments which have come to you. And then once you are satisfied with the work you have done, you submit it. Surely, few more sentences, surely the comments will come on your work from the editor. The comments will come from your research advisory committee. Take those sporting way. Do not feel bad about it. At least someone is reading your work. Someone is commenting on your work. But I want to submit here, when the comments come on your article, when the comments come on your books, it does not mean that you have to revise your entire paper or revise your entire book. If you do not agree with the comments, send a rejoinder. Write to the editor that, well, I don't agree with this. This is my point of view. The reviewer has wrongly understood my point of view. I think all editors understand this. Always publish in a good journal, in a peer-reviewed journal, so that it reaches larger number of people than publishing in a house journal, which no one would actually be able to read. It will not have that kind of a circulation. I prefer, final thing I'm telling you, I prefer those journals which first of all give the paper online. Let's say journals do it. So suppose the journal is going to come out in December. You submitted your article, or your editor submitted the article to the press, to the publisher, say in August. By September, it will be online. Online means anyone would be able to download it. More people will be able to read it. After all, our commitment to the future generation is, this is our commitment to the future generation, is to make a contribution to learning. This is an altruistic aim. Selflessly, you should pursue it. Selflessly. Whatever I have learned, I should teach the others. Because what is our final goal? Our final goal and final objective is to improve upon the state of affairs in the world, make this world a better place to live. And as academicians, we can make a lot of contribution with respect to our seriously carried out researches. Thank you very much. I'm really grateful to you for giving me another opportunity to speak to you. I'm grateful to Professor Rahman, I'm grateful to Dr. Bilgrami and the other people for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much and all the best to you. We will meet again, inshallah.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, and thank you, sir, for your very, very, very informative lecture. Really, you have touched those points which nobody can touch it, sir. Because all researchers faces all these problems which you had spoken now. So really, it's very informative. I don't have words to express that how interesting, how enhancing your lecture is. I think we are fortunate that you have given lecture on this topic, because each people who are in this field, that is in the academic field, they have to undergo writing, they have to write in articles, all these things they have to do it, and your lecture will be remembered for them for a very, very long time, and I'm sure they will follow your path which you have given us to how to memorize, how to write effectively, so they will keep in their mind and they do their work. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much.
Grateful to you. Ma'am, any questions, anything for me? Or do I close the
Yes, sir, you can close it, sir, because another resource person is waiting.
Oh, what is it on? The second lecture?
Yeah, that is on review of literature and formulation of hypothesis.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Ma'am.
you so much, sir. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. I'll be in touch with you, sir.
Right. Thank you,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Okay. Noori, ma'am. Are you there, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah. Hello. How are you?
Fine, ma'am. You're able to see me?
Yeah. I can.
Okay.
Oh, participants. All participants are there? Yeah, they are 75 in number. Okay. Very good morning to you all. So today's resource person is Professor Usha Noori. Just a brief introduction I will give, then we'll start our session. Dr. Usha Noori is a...
Just break, madam.
No break now. After 11:30, we'll have a break now. Okay, we'll continue it. Okay, you want a break?
Yes, madam. We want to break. It started at 9 and.
Okay, 5 minutes. Can you take break?
Phones became hot, madam.
Okay, 5 minutes. I'll give you the break. Okay,
Okay,
5 minutes. Okay, within five minutes.
Okay, madam. Thank you.
Okay, 5 minutes. You take a break and come back quickly. Don't be late.
Okay, madam.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Okay. Okay, madam. 5 minutes. We'll take a break.
Sure.
Okay, because actually this lecture started at 9 o'clock. I think they haven't taken their breakfast or tea. So 5 minutes they'll take it and they'll be back.
No problem. Sure.
Have you sent the PPTs?
Yes, ma'am. Just now I have made.
Okay, okay, no problem.
Okay.
You are working in IP?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I've been working there for the past 6 years.
yeah, yeah.
So now I'm into economics division over there.
Okay, okay.
In fact, last time I came to your university, but couldn't meet you that day. You were so busy with some meeting.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So I
Ah,
just
you came to our university. I know, I know. But I haven't met you because I'm busy in meeting.
uh, is this tomorrow is the last day, ma'am, for this?
Yeah, yeah. Tomorrow is the last day. We have started on Tuesday.
Okay, okay.
Started on Tuesday. It's a 6 days program. So at a stretch, we have done it till Sunday.
Okay.
You are doing work from home only, sir, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, last week I was in the campus.
Mm-hmm.
On and off, we are going and working. Since 3rd of August, they have opened the campus
Acha.
institution, but we people are not going very regularly.
Yeah,
Whenever we have any important work or any meeting with the director, then we are going.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
The
Same thing.
skeleton staff, the institution is going on.
Mm.
From 15th onwards, we are going to have a new batch where we are going to give lectures online only.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to see how we would be managing either from the campus or from home. That we have not yet decided so far.
Okay. But still, it is not suitable to go regularly to.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Still, it is there. Our university, they have extended the lockdown till 31st August,
Okay.
August 30th.
Okay.
So we are very oftenly we are going once or twice in a week. We are going. We are doing all the work there, and after that we are doing from our home only.
Even for us also, simultaneously, we have also have the project works to work on. So we are carrying everything from home. Since this problem is there, we are not able to move out and do our field studies and all.
Yeah. Naturally.
It's completely been stopped now.
Yeah.
We are
How
just
much time it will take? Nobody can predict.
yes, ma'am. The ICS
Yeah.
is giving us
Some are telling 2 months more, some are telling 3 months. I don't know. And still, schools are also not opening. Children, they are having online classes, but for learning children, no, online classes is not very good for them. They are not able to understand that much. Small kids are there, no? But
absolutely.
one thing, they are learning from starting nursery in KG, PP1, they are learning how to do online classes. That is the one good thing. But apart from that, they are not that much serious. Small kids know how they'll cope up with that.
But only advantage is now for the children, the parents can really listen and then they can teach.
Yeah, that is the thing they are doing. Many of them. They
Yeah.
are sitting along with their child, they are
Yes.
listening and they are making them to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's how the things are going.
What to do still? Something is going on. Some
Yeah,
work
yeah.
to be done.
Absolutely, ma'am. Every
Yeah.
alternate day we are listening to the lectures in the webinars, Every
Yeah.
saying, coming out with wonderful uh, outcomes with their lectures and all. They
Yeah.
are,
Yeah.
but still they are doing
Huh.
a lot of work.
Now with this, what do you call lockdown, we can engage, we can pull many good researchers. No, wherever they are, they can
Yes,
deliver the lecture at their place. That we can do it. That is the one good opportunity we added.
yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, but apart from that, still face-to-face learning is different, definitely different,
Yes.
because resource person will feel very vacuumed, because he or she may not be able, how they are understanding or not, they are not able to see it. That
And
is the
not only
problem.
that, for technical subjects, unless and until we use the board,
Yeah,
it's very
yeah.
difficult to deliver the
Or
lecture.
else, if we are giving the lecture, if we are seeing the faces also, we can recognize whether they are understanding or not.
Yes.
We can easily make it out.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but the thing, this is the one drawback. But still, if the participants are taking seriously, they will learn it. Definitely, they will learn it. That is sure.
That's true.
They take it seriously, and everybody will learn. To some extent, they will learn it.
Yeah,
That is there.
at least that risk is being minimized. No, when
Yeah.
the last week we were all thinking, our colleagues, when we are here, that some sort of fear is there in our minds that is not enabling us to work very freely in the camp.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
somebody has got a mild fever also,
Uh,
we are suspecting that something could be COVID and all.
uh,
Unnecessary fear is getting
yeah.
created in the minds of the people.
Mm. You know Sai Kumar sir, no?
Yes, ma'am.
He only gave me your number.
He's
He only
very close associate.
very good personality.
Yes.
Very regularly he'll come to our programs.
Okay.
Yeah, very regularly he comes to our program.
He keeps himself very busy, ma'am, even after retirement.
Very busy after superannuation also. He is so busy. I should have to take time 15 days before.
Yeah.
Whether, sir, you are free on that day or not, I have to take the time.
Okay.
Hmm.
He engages the students very actively, very well. He
Very
keeps
nice gentleman. Very nice
the
gentleman.
morale of the students.
Yeah. Very
We all
nice
love
gentleman.
him so much. We really miss
Yeah.
him in our camp.
Yeah. Very nice gentleman. His lectures are also very good. Very good.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Hmm.
He's like an encyclopedia. Whatever you ask,
Definite.
he will.
Whatever. I sometimes I say out of his box, I said, can you take on this topic, sir? Definitely, no problem. When you want my lecture, ma'am, he tell us. So
Yes.
any topic if you give, he is ready to speak on that. He
Yes.
prepared and he do it and he comes. Participants, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
All are there? All
Yes,
are there?
ma'am.
madam.
Okay,
Yes,
okay. Shall we start?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Okay. We'll start. Okay, we'll start. Nuri ma'am,
Yes. Yeah.
yeah, you please. You are not visible now.
Not visible.
Yeah, now you are visible. Okay, we'll start. Participants, I'll give just a brief introduction. Professor Nuri ma'am is working in IPE. She did his PhD in economics with a specialization in international trade and finance. Besides trade and finance, her research interest broadened to other areas like agriculture, industries, social sector, and rural development over a period of time. The academic outcomes relate to project works, evaluation studies, and assessment studies funded by both center and the state government. Besides, she is extensively working in the area of international trade by making her presence in international conferences, seminars, workshops, etc. She is also engaged in another important area relating to small and medium enterprises, wherein ICSSR awarded her a research project titled Export Competitiveness of Indian SMEs and Rise of Global Value Chains, a study of manufacturing and IT sectors. So she had published many books and also many research articles in repute journals. Today, just a brief introduction I have given. Today, she is going to speak on review of literature and the formulation of hypothesis. These two topics she is going to take, really, which is very much needed for your research, and you should know about it. So I invite you, ma'am, to start your lecture with the participants.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Uh, very good morning to everyone. Can I start my lecture?
Yeah. You
I-
can start.
Shall I share the screen or it's okay?
Yeah, you can share, sir, ma'am. You can share it.
Okay, I'll open that first and then I'll share the screen. Is it?
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
It's coming. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. At the outset, first I thank Professor Bilrami for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this program. Ma'am, thank you so much. To begin with the topics, first I just would like to go ahead with the literature review, its importance, its significance, and after an hour we'll take a break for 15 minutes and then we'll come back with the hypothesis testing. Formulation of the hypothesis and so on and so forth, because literature reviews stands the most important in the prior work in for anybody's research work, and they should be able to understand why they have to go for literature review and what is its significance and so on and so forth. So I would like to first of all give a brief introduction about literature review. Participants, you're all able to hear me, right? Hello? Hello?
Yes, madam, audible.
Yeah, okay. So I just would like to know, probably I'm being an economist, I may be emphasizing more from the social sciences research, but probably some of you may be coming with a science background also and taking up PhDs in again social sciences is something interdisciplinary subjects are being now coming up for research. So literature review, in the very first beginning, I would be emphasizing on the literature review that is common to every subject. Later on, we'll be going underneath with the social sciences research, what is exactly required for the social sciences research review studies, why they have to, how they have to be chosen, what kind of the studies that one has to look into while doing a research, so on and so forth. Okay, so first and foremost, this is the introduction. Uh, Before I start my lecture, I just would like to know from all of you, what is an idea that you have in your mind about the literature review? Can anyone answer my question?
Participant, you unmute your mic and you answer it. Anyone?
Anyone?
Madam?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A literature review is a process in the field of research or in the field of academic writing that helps us in developing and understanding and clearing our perspective about the existing phenomena over which I am doing a research or I'm trying to write something.
Yeah,
this is
absolutely.
one thing about the review. The second thing is that we, while doing the literature review, we'll be able to understand that what are the concepts, what are the researches have already been done, and in terms of research, what are the gaps so far that can be further taken into account in the process of doing research.
Yes, this is an absolute precise answer for this literature review. So now taking from your discussion, I just would like to add more on to that. Just knows what is literature review. Review is a kind of a thing that you are trying to review the studies that are already existing with us, that are already available with us. Why do we have to review that literature, that work that is being done by somebody else? As you rightly pointed out, whether it is a published or unpublished work, what you have to do, you have to gather the information and make a comprehensive review of all the studies that are available to you. Okay, in order to make a particular firm opinion objective for your study. Just like hastily, you cannot just simply take something and then start working on it, because already hundreds and hundreds of people might have already touched upon that particular thing where you may be replicating the same, which may not be a new idea altogether. So that problem always arises. Somebody might have already got an idea. Maybe after a year or so, after a very long time, you might have got an idea. Already existing work, when you start working on it, it makes no sense. So that's the reason why you need to have a comprehensive view of the published and unpublished work from secondary sources of the data in the areas of the specific interest to the researcher. What is your area of interest? First of all, you may be having a vague idea. Sometimes you will not even have a proper idea. You may be thinking of doing some research in particular area, but how you have to go about it? What is the direction? What is the starting point for your research? Is it valid? Is it going to be accepted by everybody? Am I really going to bring a new thing in that? These are the questions that come to your minds. So for that reason, you need to explore the things that are already existing. Okay. So generally, literature review is broadly described as more or less systematic way of collecting and synthesizing previous research. This is being given very clear definition by Gomez, Larry, Tranfield, Denier, and Smart in the year 1997 and 2003. Synthesizing means that you integrate the existing knowledge with the past studies and see is there any coherence among the studies that is useful for us to take forward the research. Okay. When you set an objective for your research, when you have some idea, you broadly systematically collect and reorganize the studies that are pertaining to your study and then keep on accumulating the material. All right. So an effective and well-conducted review as a research method creates a firm foundation for advancing knowledge and facilitating theory development. Already the theories are well established some time back, but you are also interested in formulating a new theory altogether. It's not so easy to formulate a new theory. And theory is something that has to be concrete, that has to be validated, that has to be accepted, and that should have a practical relevance to the society. And so for that reason, you should lay a very strong foundation for your theory. So when you have to do that, you have to explore, you have to do a rigorous exploration for the studies that have already been done, already been developed by many authors, many researchers, many academicians, many industrialists, and so on and so forth. From every walk of life, people who are involved in that particular area which you have actually chosen for your research, you have to gather a lot of information from that, so that from there on, without any replication, you need to develop a new framework for the future research. And that future research also should stand applicable to the present context, to the present situations, and there should not be any contradictory results. That's how you have to smoothly put across your research. For putting such a free research, which is acceptable to everybody, you do a lot of homework, all right? So for that, you review the past studies very thoroughly. So by integrating findings and perspectives from many empirical findings, a literature review can address research questions with the power that no single study has. One study may be saying something, another study may be the same, might be explaining you in a very different direction, but which is the correct one? How do you analyze? How do you take a positive opinion about one and the negative about opinion about the other one? So you need to integrate the various studies pertaining to that particular subject and then see where you really strike a balance among them. And then you concretize your idea and start moving forward. For that, the literature review is most essential. Now, I'm talking about the purpose of literature review. As a literature review may consist of simply a summary of the key sources, but in the social sciences, it's a summary, you summarize the sources that are available to you. But in social sciences, researchers, academicians usually combine the summary and the synthesis. Synthesis is integrating the current knowledge with the already existing ones. Of course, you may be asking me why even science students also will do the same thing. But in the science subjects, whatever the experiments that they have done earlier may not stand valid completely now. So sometimes they refute the arguments given by the four researchers, and then they advance their researchers with a new kind of a dimension. But in social sciences, it's completely based on the past is very, very important in social sciences. That's what the researchers' experience is all about. So they summarize the past things and then integrate with the current knowledge. So the literature review is a critical look at the existing research that is significant to the work that you're carrying on. It provides the background information for your research. It establishes the importance for your research. It demonstrates the familiarity. If something familiarity is not built up with your research, there is no, that means yours is something very different. You will be the beginner and you'll not have any past studies to quote on. So yours will becomes the first work that should be the beginning starting point of your work that starts the basis for your research. But you should also see whether your particular research objective has got any familiarity with the past studies. So that's the reason why you have to go for the literature review. And you carve out a space for further research. Is there any scope? Is there any different dimension that can be seen from your research, or the same dimension but when in-depth research is any possible? If somebody has left out in between where you are completing that particular part and then trying to move from there and then see this is the new extension, addition or new dimension to the research. In order to say something from your side, this literature review is very much essential. Okay. Now, the characteristics. What are the characteristics of effective literature reviews? Just for the sake of doing literature review, you can't do that. You cannot do that. That will not be accepted. It may not give you the expected results by the end of the research work, outlining important research trends, assessing the strengths and weaknesses of existing research, identifying potential gaps, establishing a need for current and future research projects. So you should have a clear-cut objective as to how you have to take forward your research work. First of all, you have to outline important research trends. You have set your objective, and based on your research objective, when you start exploring what all the studies that are available in the literature, you search for that and outline the important research trends in each and every report or every book or every paper or every working paper, or whatever the kind of the studies that are coming up on this particular topic. You outline the important things. What is the contribution in each and every paper that you outline. Then again, you assess the strengths and weaknesses of the existing research. What is the strength of the earlier studies? What is it that they are telling you? What is it that these papers are leading to? And you also find out what are the weaknesses. List out the strengths, list out the weaknesses, and identify the potential gaps in knowledge. Then you identify what are the gaps and try to fill that gap with your work. And you establish say that there is a need. You always have to say that there is a gap in this literature, there is a gap in this for studying this particular subject, for this topic and for this area, and there is a need for some kind of an exercise, and there is a need for the current and future research projects in this. So when you are really trying to understand what is the need, you specify the need and then move forward. Okay, so now it helps to provide an overview of areas in which the research is disparate and interdisciplinary. Today, in the present world, interdisciplinary research is really taking up the front seat, in the sense that when you are, suppose somebody is coming from an economics or somebody is coming from a sociology subject, in-depth research in your own economics or in sociology is no more acceptable, because there is a lot of linkage, backward and forward linkages among the subjects now. So when you really do not know what is the linkage that is existing in this present scenario, your research will be outdated. So you need to understand, for the literature review will help you in strengthening this interdisciplinary research also. Okay, and disparate in the sense that unequal. You will always have somebody has taken a particular topic. Suppose if I'm working on inflation, how it is actually working out in India. I may adopt one particular approach for understanding, exploring the causes for the inflation, taking some data. Maybe I may be banking on the secondary data, but some other researcher parallelly might be banking on the primary data and going for the exploration of the causes for the inflation. So the kind of the studies that they are doing is dissimilar, unequal. So how do you fuse these two studies coming out with two different kinds of the approaches? So this you have to analyze, you have to study more on this, and trying to integrate. And again, with inflation, I may be looking at the parameters that are mostly concerned with inflation economic parameters, but somebody might be coming with the sociological parameters and adding to that and saying that inflation is falling also because of vulnerability of the poor, because of their social cultures and all. They're spending so much of some of the items and so on and so forth. In the course of time, I'll give you some examples. So trying to bring in some variables that are pertaining to the sociology subject and then explaining the causes for the inflation. So when that is becoming interdisciplinary and dissimilar kinds of studies are coming out, the researcher is supposed to have a comprehensive overview of these studies. Okay, so the literature review is an excellent way of synthesizing research findings to show evidence on a meta level and to uncover areas in which more research is needed. Okay, whatever the areas that have not been covered earlier, also you'll have flexibility, you'll have the advantage to cover those areas now. On the evidence on a meta level in the sense that the scientific analysis done by the researchers on the similar on the topic that you have chosen has to be fused with the areas which have not been covered earlier, and so that you can bring a strong theoretical framework and the models for your research. Okay, so there are traditional ways of describing and portraying the literature, often lack thoroughness and are not undertaken systematically. People like Tranfield, their objection for literature review in the year 2003, in his paper, he quoted that traditionally, the olden days, in the earlier days, people were not very systematic in collecting the literature, collecting the studies, reading them, assembling them, portraying the objectives in a very systematic manner. They said whatever is coming to their purview, they were tracking those results of the findings of the papers and then jotting out that, and not their research is not leading from that past ones. So there was something like an unsystematic way of literature review was existing earlier. So, but now today the scenario is completely changed. So literature reviews are essential for identifying what has been written on a subject or topic, determining the extent to which a specific research area reveals any interpretable trends or patterns, aggregating empirical findings related to a narrow research question to support evidence-based practice, generating new frameworks and theories, and identifying topics or questions requiring more investigation. You know, once you start, the literature reviews will definitely make you narrow down your focus, particularly on a particular topic. You may be wondering what the ideas in your mind, and then you really do not know what is very relevant to your study. You keep on accumulating, storing the articles, finally leading to nothing. So literature review, when you do it systematically, that helps you in narrowing down your focus and then go for an in-depth researching your things and then come out with a very innovative, unique contribution from your study. A specific research area, you need to, when you really want to have a focused a specific area, you need to understand, you have to interpret the trends and the patterns that have strong papers that have come out with strong findings. Okay, there are certain findings they say they'll not be very strong enough to argue, justify that these are the findings. But certain facts, certain papers will definitely confirm the statements with a lot of good hypothesis, good results with the significant levels of results. So you need to distinguish such papers and then come out with your, and you formulate your hypothesis and objectives and then move forward. So that's for that reason, literature review is very essential. Aggregate the empirical findings. Somehow you have on two sides, theory as well as the empiricals. If the theory, if you are doing a research, your research, you yourself do not know, you are really a very layman, you don't know whether your research requires the theory part or the empirical part, whether the empirical works apply to your theoretical part also, you have not have any idea. And for that reason, you go back to the studies and then explore and you get an idea. Okay, so generating new frameworks and theories and identify topics requiring more investigation. You Search for the topics that require more investigation. Some people at the end, while writing the papers or in the reports, this particular, they'll find out, they'll analyze something and then leave it to the reader, saying that there is still some more research is required, there is some more investigation is required. Since we have no access to certain information, we are leaving our research at this point of time, point of heart. So this has to be carried forward for such types of certain things. That becomes a starting point for your research sometimes. So such kind of studies are more essential for us to read, so that you can very easily, without any great effort, you can take that objective, that idea, and then formulate your hypothesis for your research. So again, literature review is why people say that it describes previous research, it maps and assesses the research area. Okay, as I already told you. So that from that you justify your question and hypothesis. The value of the academic review depends on what was done, what was found, and the clarity of reporting. Okay, reviews are useful when researcher wants to evaluate theory or evidence in a certain area, or to examine the validity or accuracy. Suppose now you don't want to do any new research for that, but whatever the already existing research, you want to validate it. How far it is true, how far it is accurate, and that becomes a new research for you. It can be the extension of the already existing. That is also a research for you. So for such, you need to go for reviews, studying of some past studies. Now, literature review is conducted to evaluate the state of knowledge on a particular topic. It is useful if the aim is to engage in theory development. Theory development, most of them, generally the policymakers, they are more interested in, academicians and the policymakers sit together and then really, they are more interested in developing a theory. The theory should last for so and so period. That is how that, suppose for instance, the fiscal policy and the monetary policy of, you all must be knowing, monetary policy, the fiscal policies of the governments. These policies are very well established theories right from olden age, but you always find the changes in the policy, but the concrete framework, the outline of the policy remains the same. Okay, that now nobody has actually gone beyond that framework and then said, we refer this particular policy and then we have a different theory to explain the fiscal situation in the economy. So that's how, if you really want to do that, you really go for the past studies, do thorough investigation, do thorough analysis, and come out with a new one for developing a new theory. So for that, you need to go for the past study review. It demonstrates your familiarity with the topic in scholarly context. So develop a theoretical framework and methodology. Now, after developing a theoretical framework, methodology is a very important basis for your research. You position yourself in relation to other researchers and show how your research addresses a gap or contributes to your debate. The moment I talk about the methodology, I'll just talk in a couple of minutes this methodology. Let me go to the different types of literature now. There are fundamentally two different types of literature, the primary research and the secondary research. As you all know, the primary holds, the moment we say the primary, we say that people have the quantitative, the qualitative. When they go for the primary, it is something like a first-hand information that you go and get the things and then analyze it. Secondary is already then somebody has published something, somebody has done something, and you use that particular data and analyze it. So in the primary research, as far as the literature review is concerned, the primary studies consists of the research papers, peer-reviewed, working papers, case studies, conference proceedings, dissertations, and thesis. This means the research papers are done by somebody. It is peer-reviewed, means that it's a first-hand information that people are going to get, the audience are going to get. Working papers is that you work on it, you select something, you start working on it, you start collecting the data, you put your own methodology, you want to have your own sample size. If it is a primary, you want to have target what is the population size, what is should be sample size, who should be targeted, so on and so forth. You make lot of discussions and put the parameters concerned to your particular research and then start working for yourself. That becomes the primary work, that not somebody's work that you are quoting here. Maybe you may be using someone's methodology, but you are applying that methodology on the ground level by yourself. It's your own independent work that's coming out in the form of a working paper. Case studies. You go experience and then formulate a hypothesis and then do research, gather the information, data, whatever it is, and then you interact with the stakeholders concerned to your work, and then get hold of the concrete information and then bring out the case study. That's the primary research. Again, it is peer reviewed. Conference proceedings. In the conferences, people participate with their own research works, come over there, speak on their topics, and then all that will be compiled in the proceedings, and that becomes a primary research. Thesis and dissertations. This is more important for the students. A student doing a thesis or a dissertation, writing a dissertation, is his or her own research work. The theory, you may be asking, even in your thesis and your dissertations, you will be definitely reviewing the literature. Sure, you'll be reviewing the literature concerning your topic, but you formulate your own objective, your own hypothesis, and you test the hypothesis and say that this is the primary research. And this is done by you only. Next, if somebody is using your research, that becomes literature review for them. Your thesis becomes a review of literature. Okay, part of review of literature. Now, secondary research. Second are the reviews of those studies that summarize and offer new interpretation built from and often extending beyond the primary studies. Now, these are, you completely review the already existing articles, gather the information, what the primary sources have given to you, and then you analyze them. Say textbooks, whatever the working papers, research, what all are existing, now you start putting them systematically, these reviews, and then you start moving forward on that. Okay. Next, uh, the sources. For every researcher, we have different sources for collecting the literature. The sources, it's also a skill and an art to hit the right sources. Today, when you have the Google search, thanks to the internet, we really have a wonderful sites for us to gather a lot of information with a lot of ease and comfort with very less time. On your desk itself, from all corners of the globe, you will get a lot of information. And so something like your libraries, institution libraries also will have the web links and so on and so forth. There's online databases, as you all must be aware of, JSTOR, EBSCO, Google Scholar, so on and so forth. For especially the economic students, I tell you, there are 101 links available for us to source the literature. Earlier, when I was a student during 90s, we never heard about internet. During that time, we really used to rely upon the Journal of Economic Literature. See, these are even today also, Journal of Economic Literature is a very wonderful and highly rich resource content. Reviews is a source for economics literature. The subject indexed, every branch of economics is very beautifully indexed in the Journal of Economic Literature. And then it gives what all the current studies, what all the current papers, current data available in the literature, where one can really go through and then start collecting the data. Economic literature, similarly, is the EBSCO JSTOR. You'll have wonderful, many journals are associated with these kinds of the web links. Whatever the journals that they have, any institution is publishing, is bringing out the journals, all are associated with these web links. And so once you have the registration in these particular links, when you start putting across the terminologies of your research, thousands of articles can be downloaded very easily. So these are you need to know the right sources for your research. If somebody is doing an international trade, they have to identify the international trade web links. If somebody is doing from agriculture, They have to list out the agricultural web links for their research. And for somebody is doing from sociology, somebody is doing from political science. They have a very different kinds of important web links are available through which they can source their material. Approaches to literature. Now, this is the most important. When you write when you go for a literature review for any particular topic, there should be a systematic. There are three approaches. One is systematics, the other one is semi-systematic, and the one is integrative. If someone's of the research falls in semi-systematic, if they go for the systematic, it doesn't work out. If somebody's research falls in integrative, but they are doing some semi-systematic, it doesn't work out. What is all this is about? Why we have three approaches to literature review? I'll tell you here. The systematic, I have given this table, you can very easily understand. I'll also say, already the PPTs are available with the institution. Ma'am can really, you can ask ma'am and then take my PPTs. I'll just quickly tell you what is systematic literature review. Systematic literature review, the very word systematic tells you that it has to be systematic. There should be some planned, it should be organized. Unplanned will not work out here. What is that you have to plan? What is that you have to organize? It is in 2014, Davis has given an explanation saying that developed within medical science as a way to synthesize research findings in a systematic, transparent, and reproducible way, and have been referred to as the gold standard among reviewers. Participants, can anyone of you tell me why he has chosen the medical sciences and then given this kind of a clear-cut definition for systematic? Hope you're all following what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I just would like to know, the moment I say systematic, in the year 2014, Davis has given this kind of a explanation for systematic. Why is it so? Why he has taken the medical? She is maybe coming from a medical science background probably, but he says, now switching from a social science, I'm talking about something in medical science. What is it that medical science has got relevance to the social science? Can anyone of you tell me? Yes.
Pardon, ma'am?
Can I answer?
Are you able to see the PPT?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. The very first was systematic literature review. I have written here, the developed within medical science as a way to synthesize research findings in a systematic, transparent, and reproducible way. And this has been referred as a gold standard among reviewers. It's given an optimum importance. Systematic literature review is given an optimum importance while scanning the literature review. Why is it so? It has to be systematic, they said. Any example? Can you cite examples here?
Can I answer, madam?
Sure.
As you know, in medical sciences, there has to be an in-depth research. For example, if you look into the COVID case now, the research on.
Can you please keep your mic away from your mouth?
Hi. Yeah.
This is to ensure that the research goes to grassroots level, or there is an in-depth research. For example, if you look into the current research of COVID,
okay,
where in-depth research is taken up on each and every patient to know the efficiency of vaccine. Similarly, in social science, if you're able to consider the perspectives of every respondent, every person involved in the research, I think that becomes systematic literature, so that we are able to extract views from different corners, different perspectives.
Okay. So as you're rightly pointing out, that code is a standing example for this. See, when you really have a synthesizing, integrating the present with the past research findings in a systematic and transfer, which can be reproducible. when it cannot be reproducible, you cannot call that as a systematic literature review. Something which you have already done should be reproducible in the sense that, say now, in the COVID times, people are wanting to bring out a vaccine. Okay, the vaccines, the virus, the things which have been done in the past are helping a little bit for them to enhance something in the new drugs and then reproduce it maybe in a different way, but keeping intact the original, the past findings also in the drugs and then release it immediately. The trials are going on, right? Do you all agree with me? Are you all following what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
It should be reproducible. Whatever the things that have been done in the past is only for the past, it has no meaning. Okay, there is some connection between the present and the past all the time. And so that you need to carry forward the past findings and that have a relevance value today. That research has a value today and that is helping us to reproduce in a different form using the old one. All right. I'll also give you some example in economics if you're interested. See, recently the government of India uh, brought out a special program for the vulnerable sections, especially for the, you all must be knowing public distribution system. Public distribution system distributes the grains for the vulnerable sections, right? So in that public distribution system, when they really have to distribute the food grains, there were lot many problems. The system was grappling with lot many problems. It was not transparent. There was lot many leakages. There was a lot of corruption. People were not able to get food grains in time. Whatever they were entitled to, also they were not getting this. This was the scenario some years ago. But today, because of the technology intervention, this has become very smooth. There is a lot of transparency. Nobody can fraud the beneficiaries. Whatever the beneficiaries are entitled to, they get the full entitlement of the food grains in time without any hassle. So this is being out of all the states of India, a few states like Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh, and Telangana are faring extremely well. Now, taking this as an experience and this process, it is being replicated in other parts of the country. That means there is a, this technique has been reproduced or in a better way in now in other parts of the country. Is that okay? Is that the transparency, the systematic way of functioning of this particular government program is being reproduced in other parts of the country with even more better facilities. This is how, so you understand what is the process, you study this process, you explore the research process of this particular study and then replicate it, reproduce it in the other part. That's why you'll have it transmit a systematic way. So that's how the systematic literature will help you in enhancing a quality. Okay, a systematic review can be explained as a research method and process for identifying critically appraising relevant research. You critically examine, you understand the problems, loopholes, and then strengthen it by a much more robust mechanism. So the aim of the systematic review is to identify all empirical evidence that fits the pre-specified inclusion criteria to answer a particular research question or hypothesis. Whenever you go for a systematic review, means that there will be a robust mechanism, either empirically or theoretically, that leads to your enhancing the quality of the research. Quality of the research. This was missing in the olden days. That's what the researchers always claim. Now, bias can be minimized. When you really go with such a kind of a deep investigation, their bias can be minimized. That's what people say. So and moreover, for the systematic review of literature, you use the strongest statistical methods, powerful methods, and you go critically analyzing the things with the accurate, concise, precise data and expect that the results would be of the best ones. And so that's the reason why systematic review is always having a greater regard and the value in the research. And so you need to go for a complete systematic review whenever you start working on any particular research work. So a meta-analysis is a statistical method. You apply the stats for the research completely on this and then do it. Okay, so whatever the combining, you get results from different studies. You may be asking, some people may be coming out with some different findings, and the same methodology is being adopted by different researchers. Is coming out with a different kind of results, but you need to combine, see what are the similarities, what are the dissimilarities, why there is a disagreement between the two people on the same methodology. And you start, when you people analyze only, you will be able to understand who is right and who is wrong, and then that becomes the strongest point for your research. Okay, so the statistical, the theoretical, quantitative methods will help you to understand much better. That's what the systematic review tells you. With the meta-analysis approach, each primary study is abstracted and coherent findings are subsequently transformed into common metric to calculate an overall effect size. Okay, so now it is challenging to perform a meta-analysis on studies with different methodological approaches. It's very difficult, it's very challenging, but this will definitely enhance the quality of your research. More qualitative approaches have been developed to assess the quality and strength of findings from different studies and to compare results. You need to, when you start comparing the results only, you will understand who is doing a good work and who is not doing the good work. So it aims to reduce uncertainty by rigorous methodology. Now, in brief, now you have an idea. A systematic review of literature reduces the uncertainty, which was maximum earlier when you were not done systematically, and that uncertainty gets reduced, and it will be very comprehensive. It is transparent. You explicitly you can state your objectives once you have a lot of knowledge about the pre-existing studies, and it leads to minimum bias and it is reproducible. Now we'll go to semi-systematic review. Now that means the semi is slightly, there is a flexibility. You are completely not on the extreme of systematic. There is a slight flexibility is now allowed here. The semi-systematic tells you it's a narrative review approach is designed for topics that have been conceptualized differently and is studied by various groups of researchers within diverse disciplines. Now you may be saying it is something narrative. That means you are not completely making use of the meta-analysis here. Somehow you are more focusing on the narrative approach than the meta-analysis. Semi-systematic review often looks at how research within a selected field has progressed over a period of time. Now, supposing, as I told you, I started working on inflation in an Indian economy. Inflation, I have taken the data from the past 30 years and then started analyzing today on that particular inflation and how it is affecting a particular section of the population, particular section of the food items I take, and then I start working on the inflationary expectations, inflationary impact on the people. So I've been very selective in taking the parameters, and I see the trends from the past a few years in depth and how it is inflation has progressed over time. Whether inflation has reached the peak or inflation is eroding the economy or eroding the purchasing power of the economy, or it is really helped people come out of the inflation. Inflation has been controlled. I keep on working on that particular topic, taking the data, taking the information from the past so many days. What has been evolved out of this policy? Okay, so that's a semi-systematic. I don't know whether I use meta-analysis or only a narrative or a theoretical. I have no idea, but I'm collecting some information on this. Okay, so what the traditional research has actually put forth on this particular issue. A thematic or content analysis is commonly used technique and can be broadly defined as a method for identifying, analyzing, and reporting patterns in the form of themes within the text. This thematic presentation of the particular objective over a period of time, you'll be analyzing and reporting. But unfortunately, what happens is certain objectives, certain topics demand even meta-analysis. You have completely ignored the statistical methods and gone for only thematic analysis. It may be giving you a wrong results. You may be wrongly interpreting. So that's the danger of going for a semi-systematic. But if it is having only a theoretical research that you are very much clear, then even though if you don't put the meta-analysis, definitely the thematic will give a better results. Are you following? So that means out of exploring the research, you will be knowing whether your research falls in thematic or it falls in also demands the meta-analysis. For this, you need to go for literature review. Literature review. You may not be having an idea whether your research work is demands meta-analysis in the beginning of your research. So the more and more exploration of your review will make you understand what is required for your research. So the potential contribution could be, for example, the ability to map a field of research, synthesize the state of knowledge, and create an agenda for further research. This is common for everything. After doing synthesizing all the combining all the studies, reading thoroughly, whatever the agenda that you have and you create, it always should be useful for your further research. This is common for every research piece in the world, I'm telling you. Okay, next is integrative. I'm talking about integrative in the sense that you integrate all the things. Now you're not separating out any theoretic thematic content papers or meta-analysis content papers, but now you're trying to fuse thematic as well as the meta-analysis content papers and then start integrating and then come out with a different kind of a research objective. Closely related to the semi-structured review approach is the integrated or critical review approach. Here, it is, people say that it is somewhat closely related to the semi-structured because it aims to assess, critique, and synthesize the literature on a research topic in a way that enables new theoretical frameworks and perspectives to emerge. The common thread that you find in integrated and semi-systematic is you take one particular topic over a period of time, you keep on doing that, and then you try to either criticize, assess, or synthesize and bring a new theoretical framework from the, which is different from the existing, which is existing from the past so many years. Okay, so the purpose of using an integrated review method is to overview the knowledge base, to critically review and potentially conceptualize and expand on the theoretical foundation of the specific topic as it develops. Integrative also gives more focus on the theoretical foundation of the research. Theoretical foundation. First and foremost, everybody wants some theory to be built upon, and that should be valid by every, that should have the validity in the academic fraternity. If I'm talking about the inflation, if I say that inflation is a panacea to the economy, or inflation is, sometimes inflation is also good for the economy. I don't know how many of your economic students are sitting over here. Sometimes when I talk about, when I go for the trade-off between the inflation and the growth, I give more emphasis for inflation rather than for growth. And some people give more for growth, economic growth, than for inflation. When you read the RBI monetary policy, RBI bulletins, you'll understand the crux, the trade-off between economic growth and inflation. Sometimes they allow inflation to rule, but they want to have a high economic growth. But I don't want economic growth to be high, but because inflation is eroding the economy, it is taking away the purchasing power of the economy. So are people, and so I want to control inflation. That will be my research objective. For that, I start working on very seriously and then start exploring the literature and so on and so forth. So when I build up my research objective, what I want to do, I ignore certain things. So, and from there on, I try to bring a strong theoretical foundation that saying that, oh no, inflation has to be all the time be at this minimum level. It has to be controlled when you have to have an high economic growth in the economy. I build a theory in this. And so I can strongly say that. So that's the reason why you take the past experience, past studies, past data, past findings, and then that knowledge base you critically examine, review, and come out with the new concepts, conceptualize in a different way, and put up a theoretical foundation for the new theory. So this type of review often requires a more creative collection of the data. I'm very different in collecting the data. I don't believe in what people have already done. I don't have to go by what already people have validated. I want to refute that argument by bringing a new dimension to the research. And for that, I need to be more creative. What are the new wages types of the data that can be put as a proxy for analyzing the inflation in the economy. So this is how I start exploring. So this is what is integrative approach. This is not only as a purpose is really not to cover articles on it, but rather to combine perspectives and insights from different fields or research traditions. Now, what I do is I don't adhere only to the analyticals. I don't adhere only to the thematic. I just don't only adhere to the primary, or I don't adhere only to the secondary sources. I integrate all the sources that are available with me and then try to formulate a strong foundation for this particular new theory. Okay, are you all following what I'm saying? Am I clear to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Clear.
Have any difficulty in understanding, please let me know. Okay. Once I complete, I will give some time for all of you to discuss so then we can have a discussion also. Okay. Yeah. The general aim of a data analysis is an integrative. Integrate is something like, but review is to critically analyze and examine the literature and the main ideas and relationships of an issue. An integrative review method should result in the advancement of knowledge and theoretical frameworks rather than a simple overview or description of a research area. Now, process of conducting a literature review. Now, you all as students, you'll be more interested in how we have to conduct a literature review because you're all working on your research area. Somebody must be writing papers, somebody must be still doing PhD, somebody must be doing their the projects, and somebody must be doing consultancy works and so on and so forth. So for any work, for any research work, how do you design the review? How do you conduct the review? What is it that analysis? How do you write the review? These are the process of conducting it. These 4 phases are very, very important here. Designing the review. First and foremost, when you design the review, you need to answer the questions like this. Is there really a need for a literature review in this area? Suppose you have chosen some area. Is there any need for literature review? First of all, you have to know. If so, what type of literature review would be the most helpful and would make the greatest contribution? And what audience will most likely be interested in the review when deciding on the topic? If I'm working on inflation and I don't know people from sociology background, people from some of the sciences, people may not be interested, but somehow it affects everybody in the economy. But I should know who are the audience who are really going to read my research piece of work, and I have to first of all identify. So topic must be one that is of interest to both the author and the reader. Any topic, whatever comes to your mind, cannot be your research paper. It has to have some relevance in the economy. Today, COVID is existing in the economy. On the COVID, so many people are coming out with very wonderful papers in all areas, not only in medicine, even people who are working in anthropology are also coming out with good papers on COVID. Economics people, how COVID is really affecting the economies and the employment, migration of the labor, so on and so different papers are coming out. So the topic of interest is now COVID for everybody, whether he is a medical person or a layman or is an economist or an academician or whoever it is, or a lawyer or a doctor, whoever it is. So topic must have some relevance to the society when you start a research. So therefore, it is a good idea to scan the area as a first step to account for other literature reviews that already exist as the number of research studies. Now, COVID is a new one. Already, this is a new phenomena which was never expected. But do you get a literature review on this COVID? You will not get it. But what you do is COVID is just some sort of a virus. On the virus, people who have we already had some viruses earlier. People have done some research, and then somebody has done some experiments, gathered some information, data analysis, everything that you use for analyzing the present COVID virus. That's the review of literature, if somebody wants to do on this. All right, is that clear? Spanish flu, we heard about Spanish flu. Now people are coming out with Spanish. People are exploring what has happened during that period, how it affected the economy, how it affected the people. So there was some information literature was available then. Now you make use of that particular information and then reformulate or make a new dimension to your research to the present context, relevant to the present context. Okay. For example, if the review aims to summarize or evaluate a large field of research or even several research areas, a strict systematic review approach may not be suitable. If you are generalizing, just trying to understand the different things that are happening, then you're not boiling down to a specific area for research, then systematic review is not the right way, right approach. For that, you need to have an narrative or integrative. Integrative approach, well, way is work. It works. It applies. So the purpose of the review is to investigate and synthesize any effect. Then you have the systematic review approach. That's the difference between the systematic as well as the semi-systematic and the other approach. Okay, investigate to critically examine, you need to have the systematic review. Second, conducting the review. How do you conduct? Suppose as I told you in the beginning, you have the primary as well as secondary. If I really have a primary research to be carried out for my particular objective, for my particular work, then I choose the primary means how I would be able to conduct, who are my stakeholders, whom should I interact, what kind of the primary, what should be the sample size. I keep on working on all these issues. If it is a secondary, then I try to scan what all the already existing reports, data, or secondary sources are available for me. So first and foremost, I distinguish primary as well as a secondary. If I have to do a primary, first and foremost, I do some pilot test. Suppose if I want to test the COVID effect on particular population, I don't take the entire country people are getting affected, but I take one particular region or one particular place or one particular state and then do a review. Pilot, that's called the pilot test. And out of the whole population, I take a small sample size that is representative of the population and then start doing a analysis. That's how I decide. Okay, so the actual selection of the sample can be done in a number of ways depending on the nature and scope of the specific review. For sample size, how do you select the sample size? There are various ways, depends upon the topic that you have chosen and the scope of your research area. So next is option could be to focus on the research methods or findings. If suppose if you are not having any idea as to how you have to go about selecting the sample, on that particular similar area, when you go with the past studies who have already come out with some sample methodology, you try to replicate that particular methodology and then add a few more if necessary and then start working on it. That's how you start conducting the review. The third option is to conduct the review in stages by reading abstracts. First, I'm making selections and then reading full text articles. The first and foremost, when you do the review of literature, every time you go, you don't go on read the whole papers. It's not possible also. It's just not possible. As I told you, Journal of Economic Literature, it does not give the complete articles of all the articles published in an year. What it does is it just gives the title of the author, title of the work, and then it suggests the journal name, and again it gives the abstract. By looking at the abstract itself, you will know what this paper is all about. What does it's containing? So you start taking the abstracts of those papers that are relevant to your research. You don't have to go for the full text articles. Don't have to go read all that. This is the first step for conducting the review. You can save a lot of time. Next, once this is done and the initial articles have been collected, the text should be screened in full tension. They meet the inclusion criteria. Then later on, after doing, and moreover, you keep a specific numbers with yourself also. First and foremost, some like 25 to 30, the best articles, the best abstracts, which you found very relevant, very interesting. You collect them and then keep aside and then start downloading those articles and then keep on reading. That's the next step. Once you do that, then you will understand which article to be included for your research and which has to be excluded. So that inclusion exclusion has to be done thoroughly. That you take another 1 more month or 2 months, whatever it is at your disposal time is, you do that and then specifically you select a few. Finally, you said out of suppose 100, you'll come down to say some 40 or 50 or 40. Again, out of that, most specific that are related to your area, you may come up to 25. So doesn't matter, but you have to have the overall comprehensive review of your articles, because you can't neglect the things that are existing. If you have not read, which is very important, you may really end up with the wrong results in your research. So ensure that you have touched upon all the important relevant articles for your research. All right. So the references in the selected articles can be scanned to identify other articles that may potentially be relevant. And one method I would write out of my own experience, I tell you, when you read any article, the best that suits your research works, you go to the back references given by the particular author, and you go for the cross references and select again a few out of that which are very close to your research, and then you start downloading them, read the abstracts, and again the same process, and again you go for the full review of the literature. Okay, so the process of including excluding specific articles should be documented carefully. Whenever you read any article or any abstract, immediately note down on a book or in the computer that you have read so and so, that you please do take notes of the authors and what they said, what are their findings. You just make a gist of it then and there. Then and there. Normally students, what they do is, once they keep on reading and then keep the things, and then they start drafting the chapters, but finally they end up they ignore keeping store of the articles, authors' names and all, and forget to quote those authors. That's the worst part of doing research. The moment you forget references, giving references properly, your examiner will point out that you have neglected. Maybe you might have used, but you might have ignored quoting that particular authors, which is very relevant to you. So in such cases, there is a problem of getting invalidated of your research. So that always you have to take care of that particular referencing. After selecting a final sample, a standardized means of abstracting appropriate information from each article should be, this is analysis. Now, after conducting your review, after doing everything, collecting your articles, referencing is done. Now, you take a final sample, you take a data, whatever it is, and abstract appropriate information you collect from the articles. Somebody might have used some econometric models. What is that model is talking about? If somebody has got a knowledge on econometrics, they have to be very, very careful while choosing the parameters, and how they have chosen the parameters, what is the kind of the data that they have used. All that you have to write down from the reviews, from the literature, from the past studies. Very systematically, you need to note down these things, and then you should specifically say in what way yours is something different from them, in what way you have your contribution, a new contribution in your research. If nothing explicitly is you're stating in your research, there is a problem of getting invalidated. People will not accept your research anymore. And recently, it is going for a high pay reward. The many papers are going for 6-7 iterations also sometimes, and they're getting refuted because for not adhering to the strict proper scanning of the literature. They are excluding some important methodologies, findings of excellent people who have already done research in this. And so there's a problem all the time. So you need to be very careful while selecting the variables which you, when you do not have an idea, you go back to the literature and see why they have taken it. You make a thorough analysis of all that and see whether that particular data is accessible to you. Okay, these are the things that you need to keep in your minds. Data abstracted can be in the form of descriptive or information such as authors, years published, everything. It can also take the form of conceptualization of a certain idea or theoretical perspective. So the method of analysis should be appropriate. Once you have this you get the appropriate methods only when you review the past studies. So, for example, the purpose is to evaluate evidence of the effect of loyalty programs. The use of meta-analysis is most appropriate. Where the meta-analysis is mostly used, where the thematic analysis is mostly used, you can distinguish only by a thorough reading of your articles. Then only you can formulate your own research hypothesis and methodology. Now writing the review. After doing all this, now your job is started now. So when writing the review, the motivation and need for the review must be clearly communicated. The very first chapter itself, it should hit the objective of your study. The moment people start reading it, they should understand what is it that you're doing in this research work. After 3 or 4 pages, somewhere, if you people understand what you are trying to do in this particular dissertation on the paper or anything for that matter, it makes no sense. So the very first introductory chapter, the very first 2-3 pages must spell out the motivation for doing this research, and you need to communicate it very clearly, specify it very clearly. A number of standards and guidelines explicitly address how literature reviews should be reported and structured, developed for systematic literature reviews and meta-analysis. There are certain the standards and the guidelines. For getting the standards and the guidelines, you keep on reading the articles published in the Scopus Index or the ABCD ranking in these journals. They follow a certain standard that should be of some 5,000 words or 6,000 words, or the language should be of this way, that way. Please catch those standards and the guidelines very, very specifically. And for your research also, for your paper, whatever it is that you are doing it, you need to follow very systematically. So the contribution of specific literature, you can take a number of forms, and it should be judged in relationship to the field to which it wants to contribute. When you really have a lot of empirical work, that all has to be perfectly, precisely condensed way you need to project in your thesis. You cannot go on, right, wherever 10 pages are required. If you go on for 30 pages, it makes no sense. People will lose interest, and then they don't even bother to go to the next chapter or whatever it is. Finally, if you have a very new contribution to your research, highlight that new contribution that you're going to do right from the first introductory chapter itself.
Ma'am, sorry for interruption. Can we give 10 minutes break for them?
Okay, ma'am. Okay. I have another 10-15 minutes. Is that okay?
Or 10 minutes? Okay.
I think so. Okay. How much time is left out for me? Like
till 1 o'clock, but in between 10 minutes break from 11:30 to 11:40. But 1 o'clock is still 1 o'clock is your time.
Okay. Then let me have a break of 10 minutes and I'll come back again.
Okay. Participants?
Okay, madam. Okay.
Okay. 10 minutes, you have to be back. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam,
tell me.
please send PPTs, madam, after this one.
Yeah, we'll give you.
And
mute your mics.
Okay, madam.
Mute your mics.
Thank you. Thanks for the break.
Ma'am, after 10 minutes, shall I start the second hypothesis formulation also? For that, they need any break?
No, after this, there will be no break. Till 1 o'clock, you will continue it. Okay. And you start your second. Fine. You sum up this and you can start.
Another 10 minutes, probably I may take this
Okay, one. Then you start your second one. Okay.
Because I want to even interact with those.
Yeah, last 15-20 minutes, you will interact it.
Okay. Because I should also know whether.
Whether they understand or not.
They might be having some doubts.
Yeah. Last 15 to 20 minutes, question answer session will be there.
Sure.
Okay. Participants, are you there?
Yes, madam, we are here.
Okay, we'll start.
Madam. Okay, madam. Okay, okay.
Ma'am, we'll start now.
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, um, it's ways to organize your literature review. This is more important for the beginners, for the researchers. They all have to understand how you have to organize your literature review. First is thematic order. You organize by main topics or issues, emphasizing the relationship of the issues to the main problem. You might have formulated your objectives. You'll have one main objective. Underneath, you'll have two or three sub objectives. So first and foremost, you go by the main objective of your research and then start thematically collecting the moment you collected the articles, start analyzing them, reviewing them and put them in order. Then you go to the sub themes of your research and then thematically order your research articles and then highlight those issues. So another way is chronological order. Some people use this is organizing the literature by dates the research was published. Actually, this should be the order, but some people emphasize on the thematic order because it should have the flow, the continuation of your ideas, because the main would be something and that leads to different kinds of sub-objectives. And so you need to go for thematic for certain studies. So for the chronological order is something dating back to the inception of this particular research. When you have collected the articles, from then on, first you start with that and then till the date you keep on adding the findings of the different studies. And that's one way of putting across your literature review. Sequentially, you need to do it. And methodological, this approach focuses on the methods used by the researcher. Somebody might have used some particular model and that model might have been refuted by some other particular person. So you need to understand whose article has been refuted by or extended by or refined by or made changes by different other authors. That methodology or you have to very systematically follow if you have certain kinds of such types of research works. The problem cause solution or organize the review so that it moves from the problem to the solution. This is the beautiful way of presenting your review. See, you organize the articles while putting across the issues on the paper itself. You select the articles, clearly demarcate the articles either by the methodologies or by thematic themes or by or dates or something, and then put across and then start putting the issues so that you started with an issue. Finally, you should try to show a solution with your research. With your research work is a solution for this particular problem. That's how you specify that this particular problem will be solved from my research work. That's how you put appropriately the views given by different researchers. Next is general to specific order. This is one way of putting across. The broad-based research first and then focus on specific studies. As I told you in the beginning, broadly you specify and then narrow down to the specific studies. If your particular study is going to be the most important specific, that will be the starting point for the next researchers. Okay, specific to the general order. Try to make this. Try to discuss specific research studies so conclusions can be drawn. Specifically, if you are focusing something, you're not deviating. No deviations from your research. You are focusing in depth in that particular thing, and then very critically, you're analyzing with a lot of empirical works, and that becomes, and you throw open to the public for various discussions. That's one way of putting across your literature and then doing your work. So citation, generally we follow this American Psychological Association style for putting our citations. I have given an example also here. First, the author's name is followed by the year and then the title of the paper and then where it has been published and then year, volume number, page number should reflect. You have to maintain the same style throughout your references, throughout your dissertation or throughout your paper, whatever you have done it. Today, you also have the web links. First, you specify papers, then go for the working papers, journal articles, then if you have a quite good number of journal papers, first of all, list out all the journal papers, then go and put subheading as a working papers if you have any working papers. If you have any reports, you put the reports. If you have any web link sources, you put across that. Then you go for the data sources. Data also is available online and offline with different kinds of internet sources. You have national, international, regional, whatever it is, depending upon your topic, you need to specify very, very clearly the references. The guideline stresses the quality of literature review. Generally, when you do it, you have reviewed the literature, you have systematically put across your literature review for your research works, and then you completed your chapter and or in your paper also. But to assess the quality of the literature review, what generally, if you have gone for a publication of a paper, they look for this kind of things. What they look for is, first of all, in the first phase, they look for the design. Is the relationship with the overall research field, is this literature needed, and does it make a substantial practical or theoretical contribution? If any paper comes to me, I would first and foremost not because
Participants, please mute your mics. All participants, please mute your mics. Jagdevappa, please mute your mic.
Okay, madam. Okay, madam. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So the guideline stresses the quality of literature review is, first of all, design. How you have designed your literature review. Is this literature is required and it is being done substantially, and is it contributing theoretically to your research? Are the motivation, purpose, and research questions clearly stated and motivated? You need to clearly specify the research question. Is it explicitly spelled out, and how it is motivating the other researchers? If any paper comes that you have written a paper and then I have got your paper for review, I look for this. First of all, how you have designed the literature review. The review account for the previous literature review and other relevant literature. Is the approach methodology for the literature review clearly stated? So is this the most appropriate approach to address the research problem? So not only whether you have stated the approach and method, but is it appropriate methodology that you have chosen? So you need to be very, very clear that you need to go for appropriate methodology, or the methodology and research strategy clearly and transparently described and motivated. And your explicit inclusion exclusion criteria is being followed. When I say explicit inclusion and exclusion, means that the very state important issues have you stated from the literature, and the least important ones have you excluded. These are the things the reviewer would first of all focus on your literature. Is how did you conduct it? Is this, you might, there are several ways, as I told you, several approaches, the sampling methods, in statistics, in which in the next course I'm going to talk about a little bit on how do you select the data and all. And when you select the data, the type of data that you have selected is appropriate, the methodology is appropriate, the collection of the data is appropriate. These are how you have conducted the review, primary research, secondary research. That goes on. Is the practical research process accurately described and accounted for? Is the process of the exclusion and inclusion of the articles is transparent, and have proper measures been taken to ensure research quality? And can it be trusted that the final sample is appropriate and in concordance with the overall purpose of the review? All the time, the sampling of your articles, data, information is appropriate. It should not get deviated from your basic objective purpose of your review. You always have to maintain that relation. Then data abstraction analysis, is the data abstracted from the article appropriate in concordance with the overall purpose of the review? You read many 101 articles and then you felt that this is the only data that I need to use for my research. Then you have to specifically, very clearly justify your argument over there. Is this process for abstracting data accurately described? Have proper measures been taken to ensure quality data abstraction? Suppose if I'm using the World Bank data for foreign exchange reserves, for foreign exchange, suppose, for instance, I'm giving an example here. This foreign exchange reserves for different countries will be given by World Bank, given by International Financial Statistics, will be given by the RBI Bulletin's report on currency and finance. There are various sources we have got for collecting the foreign exchange reserves of the countries. But it all, you need to know why you're using RBI exclusively, excluding the World Bank and International Financial Statistics. If you're using IFS, why you are ignoring the other two, you need to specify very clearly. They will have their own way of justification, but you need to understand why you are ignoring the other two and taking the one. So that kind of abstraction of the data has to be justified properly in the research. This you will get only when you do the review and the data that has been used by the previous researchers, all right? Okay, because then specify the limitations, the problems, the weaknesses in certain data. So for data mining, you call data abstraction, data mining has to be done thoroughly by taking the past experiences and then refine your data selection. Have proper measures been taken to ensure quality data abstraction? Is the chosen data analysis technique appropriate in relation to the overall question? Is the analysis process properly described and transparent? Okay, so structuring and writing of the review. This is the last stage of writing a review. Is the review article organized coherently in relation to the overall approach and research question? Is the overall method of conducting literature review sufficiently described? Can the study be replicated? If you have done a very wonderful literature review, sometimes the reviewers will get so impressed that very particular chapter can be referred for publication. They need not even go for the third or fourth chapter. Out of this literature review, you have stated the hypothesis and then you have done for some empirical analysis and got the findings. That's a different issue. But your second chapter itself goes for publication. If your literature review is robust, is conveying a very different contribution to you from your research, and that itself becomes a paper. Here's the result of the review reported in an appropriate and clear way. This does the article synthesize the findings of literature review into clear and valuable contribution to the topic. Very recently, I happened to review one of the students' papers. It's just a review of literature. The very important article that has already come out and that been cited by many different authors has been neglected by the student. The student was damn ignorant of that particular article, and then he completed the chapter. Then we couldn't really pass his article for publication because the student did not really look into that particular important one. So we sent back the paper and asked him to review that and then add it. And then we have given some consideration to the student for getting it published. So these mistakes can be avoided. You need to avoid this kind of mistakes. Literature review is the strongest point, first and foremost, that because that means you are really interested in doing research. You are more absolutely wanting to contribute something to the academics. That itself will be known the moment you put coherently the research literature review. Are questions and directions to further research included or the results from the review usable? And sometimes the results that you have portrayed becomes the starting point for somebody else's research. That's how you have to put forward your views on your things. Generally, the mistakes that common mistakes we make, all the people who write the papers, who write the dissertations, make the mistakes. The one has to avoid is I just spell out these things. Sources do not clearly relate to the research problem. You may be collecting the data from different sources, but the sources, you don't mention them properly. And so that mistake has to be avoided. Do not define and identify the most relevant sources. That's the biggest, another drawback for many of the things, papers. It relies exclusively on secondary and analytical sources rather than including relevant primary. Whenever any particular research piece of work demands primary survey, primary analysis, that has to be included. You cannot just simply ignore that and then go for the secondary analysis. It makes no sense, okay? Because you get the ground level information that's most essential for such kind of studies. So uncritically accepts the research findings and interpretations as valid rather than examining critically without thoroughly examining the findings of your previous researchers. You simply accept that and then replicate. Even that also, if the reviewer comes to know that there is something fishy in this and not it's not up to the expected level, then there is a way for it. It goes for non-inclusion in the journal. And moreover, does not describe the research procedures that were used in identifying literature to review. The way you put the research review, literature review in your chapters, the way you put itself will indicate for the reviewer that what type of literature review that you made. Is it systematic or integrative or semi-systematic based upon your research work? They'll be able to make out. So that's why the procedures that you follow must reflect in your review. Reports isolated statistical results rather than synthesizing them in tri-scale methods, and whatever the statistical reports or the meta-analytic methods are being used in that reports must be specifically, explicitly must be spelled out, and in what way yours is different. If it is different, in what way it is an expansion of their work, and how it is, you have to specify. Only includes research that validates assumptions and does not constitute contrary findings and alternate interpretations found in the literature. Yeah, this is the most important factor that one researcher has to keep in mind. You might have started with your work, selected the appropriate methods, articles, and so on and so forth. The assumptions that they made and then they concluded their papers must have a greater link with your research findings. If you contradict their findings, you have to be very, very careful. You need to be very, very concretely put forth your findings and say that it's contradictory. Otherwise, somewhat the validation process must be very robust when you contradict the earlier findings and provide an alternative interpretations. That has to be very carefully. You have to design your methodology when you really want to contradict somebody. Okay, so that's how you. And generally don't go for any contradictory findings, but you say that's different from it. Let's say you say that is somewhat different from it. All right. So not join the literature together into a coherent whole. You have to be very coherently. You have to put whole a whole lot of the literature. Poor referencing is sometimes puts you in trouble. Or scanty literature review. Whatever literature is available, you have to thoroughly scan the entire literature without leaving a single article. Not, as I told you, you can filter out the most important, the least important, and then give importance and then put across in your chapters. Not targeting the review to the research question. Your reviewer must target your research question. You can't miss out any important reference. Generally, people make these mistakes. They have to avoid. Review doesn't relate literature to the study. It always has to relate to the study. References must be given till the date. If you are submitting a paper or a thesis today till 2020, your references should stand till 2020. You can't end up with 2019 or 2018 and then submit the things. Review is not written in author's own words. You have to have a specific language and communication for writing the articles specified by somebody else. Review reads like a series of disjointed summaries. There should be a link from what in the first paragraph you have specified, and you have to link that to the other author's findings, and that there should be a systematic joining of the summaries completely right from the first page till the end. Recent references cannot be omitted. Generally, these are the mistakes that researchers do commit, and you cannot omit. You can't afford to omit any references, because today publications are coming within a very short span of time. World is very large. If somebody is not working in India, people, because of lack of data, people sitting in America, people sitting in Australia are able to bring out on the same issue with a lot of empirical works. Then you have to really take care that you don't miss out such kind of studies. Okay, others and justifying yourself. And after doing all this, this is the last slide I'm showing you. You close the gap in the research. if possible, close the gap, or else you narrow down the gap, because you started saying that there is a gap. The literature is saying something, and we have identified these issues. Nobody has worked on this. Now you try to abridge the gap and the research. It tests an aspect of a theory. You specify some theory, and you're trying to test it, validate it, and prove that this is something. This it's going to be like this, and it replicates an important study. So that somebody can replicate your study, or your study becomes the starting point for someone else's research work. So retest a hypothesis with a new or improved methodology. It resolves conflicts in the field and creates original research. You see that it meets all these conditions so that you can justify yourself. That's yours as the new contribution in your research. Okay, with this, I'll wind up my lecture, and I invite discussions from all of you. For 5-10 minutes, we can have a discussion, and we'll move on to the next session.
Participants, any questions? One or two questions? One or two questions, then move to the second topic. Participants, no questions?
No questions, madam. She can proceed further.
Okay, ma'am. You will start your second topic.
Okay.
Please mute your mics.
Wait 1 second. I will close down this one. One second. Yeah. Are you all able to see this PPT? The slides are visible?
Yes, ma'am. You can proceed.
Okay. So coming back to this second session, hypothesis formulation and testing. So once you have a review of literature, then after doing a lot of literature review, and then you have formulated your objectives, now you have to test these objectives. Test these objectives in the sense that means you are trying to validate the objectives, critically examine, test the objective. How do you do that? For testing these objectives, now you have a method called, first and foremost, you have to specify what is it that from the existing literature review, how you really put forth the hypothesis for testing. The objectives must have some hypothesis for testing. What is hypothesis? The concept of hypothesis is, it's generally derived from earlier research, findings, existing theories, and personal observations and experience. As you know that from the literature review, after doing all that, your research work starts and you have specified the objectives, and from the objectives, you want to test it on something. So you put a statement saying that this is true or not. If it is true, and how I have to empirically prove that this is true. So that's something like a hypothesis. I build a hypothesis for proving that particular theory. So a researcher should consider certain points when formulating a hypothesis. What is that points that one has to keep in mind is expected relationship or differences between the variables, operational definition of a variable, hypotheses are formulated following the review of literature. The literature leads a researcher to expect a certain relationship. Anything, the hypothesis is drawn from the review of literature. The literature leads a researcher to expect a certain relationship. Some relationship. I'm saying that what is a relation? So can anyone of you give me any idea or any example before I go with the examples? I read some literature, brought out an issue, and I want to build up a hypothesis and test this hypothesis. Anybody? Can I expect an answer from someone?
Based on research questions, hypothesis can be formulated.
Yes, please.
Based on the research questions, hypothesis can be formulated.
Research questions. That's what I'm saying. Research question. Any example can you supply?
No, for example, there is no significant difference between the way women and men respond to online advertisements or online shopping.
Okay. Okay. So
if there is some research to be done on the buying behavior of people towards e-commerce.
Okay.
So if there is any difference between male and females.
Okay. 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 So it means on e-commerce, you have actually scanned a lot of literature and then see how the e-commerce is actually playing a significant role in boosting the sales and so on and so forth, and you have boiled down to one particular objective saying that whether e-commerce is more used by the men or women, the gender you're trying to bring in that one.
Yeah, it can be gender, it can be based on
yes, and so
financial status.
Absolutely, absolutely. So this
work
is
profile.
Yeah, that's true. And so this is how you formulate the hypothesis. Now I want to test whether women respond more for e-commerce or men respond for more e-commerce.
Yeah.
All right. Suppose if that's the hypothesis, because e-commerce is nowadays is the trend that's going on everywhere. So you have chosen that, you scan the literature, whatever information that you have, and you put in. And your hypothesis is to test this one. So that you drawn this hypothesis from the literature, from the experiences. This is called as hypothesis formulation. All right, now you got the point now? Yeah. So the method in which we select samples to learn more about characteristics in a given population is called hypothesis testing. Now you have to, e-commerce is everywhere now, but men and women, how do you want to test this hypothesis? Do you take the entire population? Suppose I'm talking about India. E-commerce in India. E-commerce in India means that I cannot really combine the entire population, Indian population, and start analyzing the data, analyzing their purchasing behavior, their consumption behavior, so on and so forth. So what I do is I take a sample, a representative sample that represents the population, and start working on with this sample and then test the hypothesis. Is that clear?
Yes,
so
yes.
hypothesis is really a systematic way to test claims or ideas about a group or population. With the sample, I systematically test the claim. What is the claim? That e-commerce between a man and a woman, that is my claim. I'm testing that based upon a certain sample size that represents the population. I say that this represents the population, that's all. The whole population, it's not possible for me to take the data or get hold of the information. So I am wherever I am comfortable getting extract the data of a few people, I select them and then start working and testing the hypothesis. So hypothesis testing or significance testing is a method for testing a claim or hypothesis about a parameter in a population using data measured in a sample. You use the sample data and test the parameter of the population. You got the point now? All of you, is that clear? See, this is something like statistics. Please be very carefully listen what I'm saying. So you're testing with the sample mean and claiming the parameter of in the population. It should signify, if I say, if I get a positive, if I get a response that women are more into e-commerce with this sample, that means in the entire country, women are more into e-commerce than men. If the reverse result is being spelled out, the outcome of the result is something like men are more into e-commerce than women from the sample, which I've decided to test it, with the outcome is this, then I would say that represent that the whole entire in India, the population claims that men is more into e-commerce. Okay, so based upon the outcomes.
Madam?
Yeah.
our hypothesis may be positive or negative, madam?
It can be positive, it can be negative.
What we have formulated?
Formulated, I will tell you. I'll come to that. Definitely, it can be positive as well as a negative. All right, because
Okay.
Positive in the sense that suppose if women are more into e-commerce, automatically the men, your hypothesis, you build, you assume. I'll tell you. I'll come to that point also. But hypothesis testing is a sample size testing, and that represents your population. Understand this first. So hypothesis, it's a procedure used to determine whether the hypothesis is a reasonable statement and should not be rejected, or is an unreasonable statement should be rejected based on sample evidence and the probability theory. Now, you will be using the sample data and you use the probability theory to say that the hypothesis is true or not. What is the hypothesis? I'm saying that I build a hypothesis saying that women use more e-commerce than men. That is a hypothesis. Supposing if I use this statement, women are into more e-commerce than men. That is a hypothesis. I have to prove this. I have to prove this. It can go wrong, it can be right. You may accept, you may reject. Why you accept and why you reject, in what circumstances you accept and what circumstances you reject, that you have the 7 statistical procedures to prove the hypothesis. Is that clear? Is that clear? Whoever has asked me the question. Now I'll come to the procedures. When do you get the negative response, when you get the positive response, and how do you reject and how do you accept, and so on and so forth. Now, in just a couple of minutes, I'll come back to that. 1 second. My battery is becoming low. Yeah. Now, so note this, hypothesis testing is a method of testing whether claims or a hypothesis regarding a population likely to be true. Likely to be true. That means the method of testing whether claims or hypothesis regarding a population. I'm not talking anything about the sample, but regarding a population, you have decided that. Now, in hypothesis formulation. First and foremost, you have to formulate the hypothesis. Identify hypothesis or claim, select a criterion upon which we decide that the claim being tested is true or not. Okay, you have to build a hypothesis and you have to put a criteria for that, and that has to be tested, and you say whether it is true or not. And third step is select a sample, random sample from the population and measure the simple mean. You all know what is a simple mean. I think I don't have to teach this probably. Is that clear to all of you? Yeah. Compare what we observe in the sample to what we expect to observe if the claim we are testing is true. Is that clear? Okay. Hope everything is clear for all of you. So this 4 steps to hypothesis testing is state the hypothesis, set the criteria, compute the test statistic, and make a decision. Stating the hypothesis. I take one example here and explain you how they have stated the hypothesis, what is the criteria they have set, and how they have computed this test statistic to say whether this hypothesis is true or not, is false or true, and how I make a decision. Once it is proved false, what kind of decision I've taken. If it is proved true, what kind of a decision I'm going to take. Okay. We begin stating the value of the population means in a null hypothesis, which we presume is true. In the sense that we'll have the two-way approaches of hypothesis. What is null hypothesis? Null in the sense is a statement about a population parameter such as the population mean that is assumed to be true. I assume that women are more interested in e-commerce. That is an assumption. I start with an assumption saying that women are more interested in e-commerce. All right, that's a null hypothesis. Now, The null hypothesis is a starting point. We will test whether the value stated in the null hypothesis is likely to be true. The statement which I made, whether it's true or not, I'm going to test it. I made an assumption, but it may be wrong. It may be right. Okay, it may be right or it may be wrong. Maybe men may be more into e-commerce. After doing all my analysis, after taking the sample, after putting across the test and so on and so forth, I may come across saying that men may be more into e-commerce. That means I'm rejecting the null hypothesis. All right. So this is how, first of all, I put an assumption saying that women are into more of e-commerce. So in hypothesis testing, we conduct a study to test whether null hypothesis is likely to be true. Whether it is likely to be true, that we are going to test now. All right. Is that clear to all of you? Hope everything is clear till here. So now we think we are testing the null hypothesis because we think it is wrong. If I assume women are more into e-commerce, then I say, if I believe that, fine. But if I don't, why I go for testing? Because I believe that no, I may get a different claim, different response. Maybe, I don't know, men may be more into e-commerce. So that's why I want to test this hypothesis. So we state what we think is wrong about the null hypothesis, an alternative hypothesis. So I build an alternative hypothesis saying that the alternative hypothesis is a statement that directly contradicts the null hypothesis. That means it contradicts saying that women are not into e-commerce now. So the actual value of the population parameters is less than, greater than, or not equal to the value stated in the null hypothesis. So the alternative hypothesis tells you it contradicts the null hypothesis, saying that it may be true, it may not be true, it may be, if I take the sample, it may be greater than, less than, or equal to, or so on. But I'm neglecting, I'm refuting the null hypothesis. That's the alternative. Okay. Sorry. Now to test this criteria, step 2, to test this criteria for a decision, we state the level of significance for a test. What is level of significance? After just testing, you need to understand, for testing, you have to have the level of significance. What is that level of significance? It refers to a criteria of judgment upon which a decision is made regarding the value stated in the null hypothesis. The kind of the statement that you made in the null hypothesis, it is true or not, has to be statistically determined. How it has to be statistically determined? You have to have a significant level for accepting or rejecting. What is the criteria? The probability of obtaining a statistic measured in a sample if the value stated in the hypothesis is true. The probability of the outcomes. If I say that the probability of the outcomes of the women is much higher, so I immediately say that the null hypothesis is true. If the probability of obtaining the response that women are not into e-commerce, I refute the statement made in the null hypothesis. Is that clear? So the criterion or level of significance is typically set at 5%. This is a thumb rule. In statistics, we keep 5% level of significance. 5%. I'll tell you what is this 5% significance. When the probability of obtaining a sample mean is less than 5%. Suppose if you have taken some 30 women, 15 women and 15 men. All right. If these 30 people, supposing you are analyzing their behavior, taking different parameters and calculated this mean of this sample, the average, on an average, the 5% of the sample average is less than the probability of obtaining the sample, the mean is 5% less, then your null hypothesis is true. Then we reject the value stated in the null hypothesis. Is that clear? Is that clear to all of you? Yes, please.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, because you quickly tell me, respond, because if you have any ambiguity then and there, I'll correct it. Okay, I'll go for an extra explanation. So, and the null hypothesis. So this is the level of significance represents the amount of risk. This is another example. I'll skip these examples and go with the example which I have taken. Now, suppose in this example, it's very clear. To illustrate, suppose we read an article stating that children in the United States watch on an average 3 hours of TV per week. Okay. What I am saying here is 3 hours of TV per week they watch, children in the United States. To test whether this claim is true, we record the time in hours that a group of 20 American children among all children in the United States watch TV. All the children in America we are not taking, but the statement is, example is, all the children in the United States watch TV for 3 hours per week. So how I have to test whether it is right or not? I take 20 children in America and try to test this hypothesis. My hypothesis H0 is this one. That's the population. From the population, I took the sample of 20 American children, and then I'm trying to validate whether the null hypothesis stated is true or not. So the mean we measure for these 20 children is a sample mean. So you calculate the mean of it and compare the sample mean with the population mean stated in the article. All right, is that clear? Now, the alternative hypothesis establishes where to place the level of significance. Remember that we know that sample mean will equal the population mean on average if the null hypothesis is true. If H0 is true, mu is equal to 3 hours. Mu is not equal to 3 hours. Null hypo alternative. They may be watching more than 3 hours or they may be watching less than 3 hours, but they are not actually watching equal to 3 hours. That's an alternative hypothesis I have built. All right. So all other possible values of the sample mean are normally distributed. So the empirical rule tells us that at least 95% of all sample means fall within about 2 standard deviations of the population mean, meaning that there is less than a 5% probability of obtaining a sample mean that is beyond 2 standard deviations from the population mean. If my sample mean is equal to the population mean, then I would say that it is accepting the fact which is stated in the null hypothesis. If the sample mean is less than or greater than the population mean, then I would say that I'm rejecting the null hypothesis. Is that clear? This you get with the formula. How do you really claim whether it is true or not is you have the formula. For the children watching TV example, we can look for the probability of obtaining a sample mean beyond 2 standard deviations in the upper tail, the lower tail, or both tails. Figure shows that alternative hypothesis used to determine which tail or tails to place the level of the significance. See here, sample means fall in the tails when you have the probability distribution like this. How many of you know the probability distribution? Hello, please. You are able to see this particular PPT?
Yes, ma'am.
In this, I have put some probability distribution curve like this. 2 tail or non-directional test. Are you all able to see this?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I am saying that in the central, supposing your population mean is equal to the sample mean, that means your 3 hours per week the children watching TV is true. All right. If it does not fall in this region, but it falls somewhere in the extreme left and right sides, you are rejecting the null hypothesis. It's a first of all thumb rule. All of you, please remember that. Okay. So now sample means that fall in the tails are unlikely to occur if the value stated for a population mean in the null hypothesis true. Children, first hypothesis, children watch less than 3 hours, children watch more than 3 hours, or children do not watch 3 hours. Anything can be the alternative hypothesis. My null hypothesis is children watch TV for 3 hours in a week. H0 is equal to 3 hours per week. But alternative hypothesis is because you are trying to test that hypothesis by putting in alternative statements. Once you have the alternative only, you will be able to test it, because you don't believe that her null hypothesis is true. I don't believe that they only watch 3 hours. They may be watching less than 3 hours. They may not be watching it all. They may be watching more than 3 hours. Okay, that assumption you have to prove whether it is right or you refute the argument given in the null hypothesis. So we expect the sample mean to be equal to the population mean. Now, the critical region, rejection region, when it falls in the two extreme tails, the curve is like a bell shaped. In the other two sides, you see the two sides which are shaded areas here. These are called as the rejection regions. What they specify here is the critical region is a region which corresponds to a predetermined level of significance. When I say if it is 5%, if the list is, if the level of significance is 5%, less than 5%, I say I reject the null hypothesis. That means I accept saying that people watch either more or less or do not watch. Okay, so that's the critical region will tell you whether the value falls here or whether the value falls in the acceptance region here in the middle, or whether the value falls in the extreme ends. It can be right end, it can be left end, or it can be on both ends. Then you reject the null hypothesis. If the value falls in the central, then you accept the null hypothesis. Are you all following what I'm saying? So a critical value of the statistic, how you can say that 5% is significant, it is less or more, then you have a formula for that I'm going to explain you. The critical value is value of the statistic which separates the critical region from the acceptance region. This is the central is the acceptance of your null hypothesis. The other region is the rejection of the null hypothesis. The other region, the other area specified here is the rejection of the null hypothesis. It all depends on what is the value, the outcome of your sample mean is falling in the acceptance region or in the critical region. That you see and then decide, take a decision whether you are refuting the null hypothesis or accepting the null hypothesis. All right. Now, you have a two-tailed test and one-tailed test. What is this two-tailed test? The extreme ends are called the tails of this curve. In the two-tailed test, the test of the hypothesis, which are
Hello, madam.
yes.
Please enlarge the slides. Make F5.
Hello.
Please enlarge the slides.
Participants, please mute your mics. Participants, please mute your mics. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Sanjay Deshpande, please mute your mic.
Okay. Yeah, here the two-tailed test tells you the test of the hypothesis which are based on the critical region represented by both tails under the normal curve. The one-tailed test says that the test of the hypothesis based on the critical region represented by one tail, either right or left under the normal curve. It all depends on what is the problem, what is the assumption that you made, and then where the critical value is falling will tell you whether you are accepting the hypothesis or rejecting the hypothesis. Here I've given an example for two-tailed test. A manufacturer of the light bulbs wants to produce bulbs with a mean life of mu is equal to the hypothesis 1000 hours. U naught H naught is equal to, if the lifetime of the bulbs is longer, he will have a very high production cost, and if it's short, he will lose the customers. So my alternative hypothesis, the null hypothesis is equal to mean is equal to 1000, but alternative is equal to mu is not equal to 1000. This I want to test. You are following what I'm saying? The bulb manufacturer produced some bulbs and he claims that the life of the bulbs is 1000 hours. But the life of the bulbs can be longer. If they are longer, if the life of the bulbs is longer, he will have a very high production cost. If he wants to extend the life of the bulb, he will have to spend more money for bringing something different feature in that and make it longer life for that. So his cost will move up. So if it is a short, suppose if the life of the bulb falls short of 1,000 hours, generally customers will not buy his product, because if somebody is giving for more hours, we'll go for that and then we buy the other bulb from different manufacturer. So he has to see that the cost of production is low and he doesn't also lose the customers. So what he is doing, the null hypothesis is mu is equal to 1,000, and alternative hypothesis is equal to mu is not equal to 1,000. All right. So one-tailed, this is a two-tailed test. Suppose one-tailed test. The wholesale buyer buys bulbs in large lots and does not want to accept unless their mean life is at least 1,000 hours. Then you have a mu is equal to 1,000, null hypothesis, and mu is less than 1,000 left-hand test or lower-tailed test. At least 1,000 hours. Suppose if I say that if I'm buying a bulb and I want the mean life of the bulb is more than $1,000, I'm expecting 2,000 hours or 1,500 hours, then my null alternative hypothesis becomes mu greater than 1,000. Then that becomes the right hand side of the one-tailed test. Are you following what I'm saying? Mu less than 1,000, left one test. Mu greater than 1,000, right. If mu is not equal to 1,000, it can be either on the left or right, it falls in both. That's the procedure. Now we have to come this to how, whether those value that the sample mean, the probability of the outcome falling in these regions, how do you know that? How do you test that? Whether it is falling in the extreme right, extreme end, or in the central portion, how do you test it? That test is, the step 3 is you need to compute the test statistic, we say. So suppose we measure sample mean equal to 4 hours per week the children watch TV. Now we found from the sample that the mean is 4 hours instead of 3. Actually speaking, we put an assumption 3 hours, but we are getting 4 hours. To make a decision, we need to evaluate how likely this sample outcome is if the population mean stated by the null hypothesis 3 hours per week is true. We use a test statistic to determine this likelihood. A test statistic tells us how far or how many standard deviations the sample mean is from the population mean. All right. How many deviations the sample mean is taking from the population mean. The population mean is on an average 3 years, but the sample mean is on an average can be greater than 3 or less than 3. Suppose if I say that if it is greater than 4, I'm saying how many standard deviations the sample mean is far away from my population mean. So the larger the value of the test statistic, the further the distance or the number of standard deviations the sample mean is away from the population mean stated in the null hypothesis. So the value of the test statistic is used to make a decision in step 4. The test statistic is a mathematical formula. Now you use a formula here to get that value that allows researchers to determine the likelihood of obtaining sample outcomes if the null hypothesis were true. The value of the test statistic is used to make a decision regarding the null hypothesis. We use the value of the test statistic to make a decision about the null hypothesis. The decision now, you take this decision, and that decision is based on the probability of obtaining a sample mean, given that the value stated in the null hypothesis is true. If the probability of obtaining a sample mean is less than 5%, then your null hypothesis is true. When the decision is to reject the null hypothesis. When the sample mean, the probability, the P of the sample mean, P, you represent the probability as P. If P is less than 5%, you reject the null hypothesis. That means you say people in America, children in America do not watch TV for 3 hours. 3 hours. If the probability of obtaining a sample mean is greater than 5%, you accept the null hypothesis. That's the fundamental thumb rule for keeping. Generally, the statisticians, the researchers, academicians keep the 5% as a thumb rule for accepting and rejecting the null hypothesis. Now, reject the null hypothesis. The sample mean is associated with a low probability of occurrence when the null hypothesis is true. A p-value is the probability of obtaining a sample outcome, given that the p-value for obtaining sample outcome is compared to the level of the significance. Level of the significance. What is, I said significant, level of the significance, I'm saying that it describes a decision made concerning a value stated in the null hypothesis. Okay, when the null hypothesis is rejected, we reach significance. When the null hypothesis is retained, we fail to reach significance. Okay, so simple thumb rule: p is less than 0.5, reject the null hypothesis. P is greater than 0.5, you retain the null hypothesis. Hypothesis sampling distribution. For how do you get the p-value? That is the first fundamental question. It may be haunting your minds. Ma'am is saying p-value, p-value, p-value. It should be less than and greater than to make a decision on the null hypothesis. What is this p-value? How do we actually calculate this p-value? The sample mean is an unbiased estimator of the population mean. Okay, on average, a randomly selected sample will have a mean equal to that in the population. That's an assumption. Regardless of the distribution of the population, the sampling distribution of the sample mean is normally distributed. Now, to locate the probability of obtaining a sample mean in a sampling distribution, you have taken sample, right? Out of the 20 children, the probability of obtaining a mean from that sample, we must know the population mean, the standard error of the mean. You know what is the standard error? To locate the probability of obtaining a sample mean in a sample distribution, we must know the population mean and the standard error of the mean. See, these are the, this table is given to you. You can understand. We need to know the mean. We need to know the standard deviations of the population of the sample so that we can compute the p-value. P-value. Generally in statistics, we put these kind of the symbols. You can check in the PPT once this session is over. Okay, I'll just narrate the things here. Now, a review of the key differences. Population distribution, sample distribution, distribution of the sample means. What is it? Scores of all persons in a population. This is all the children in America. Sample distribution are selected children in America. That's a sample distribution. Distribution of the sample means all possible sample means that can be drawn given a certain sample size. Is it accessible? For the entire population data, it's highly impossible. We generally don't get so easily. So it typically no. But a sample can be abstracted. You go to a few children and then get the data. You get sample distribution can be easily extracted, and the distribution you can easily calculate. What is the shape? It could be any shape. Population distribution can be any shape. Sample distribution could be any shape. But distribution of the sample means will be normally distributed. Normally distributed. Now, making a decision. This is the last portion for taking a decision to prove whether the null hypothesis is true or not. The decision how we take is, in step 4, we decide whether to retain or reject the null hypothesis. There are 4 decision alternatives. It's just not simply proving, taking invalidating or validating. You cannot simply accept or reject. What we did, we have 4 options here. There are 4 decision alternatives regarding the truth and falsity of the decision we make about the null hypothesis. The decision to retain the null hypothesis could be correct. Depending upon the value that we get, we may retain the null hypothesis. It could be correct. The decision to retain the null hypothesis could be incorrect. Sometimes it so happens that you know that the outcome is contradicting the null hypothesis, but you will be compelled to retain the null hypothesis. That situation arises sometimes. Thirdly, the decision to reject the null hypothesis could be correct, but you also sometimes confront with such a situation where the decision to reject the null hypothesis could be incorrect. You get a certain values in such a way, the p-value, you take a decision to reject it. Though it, with the null hypothesis, it could be that rejection itself is incorrect. So these are the four alternative situations that you come across. So now you were saying, but we have only p is less than 0.5, p is greater than 0.5. How can we really avoid this kind of a uncertainty? Then we have a something like this. Decision to accept, reject made on the basis of information separate the sample data may result in one of the two types of errors. We call that as a type 1 error and type 2 error. In case if we are compelled to go against the value specified in the hypothesis, saying that type 1 error, when we come across type 1 error and type 2 error. What is type 1 error? Type 1 error tells you that by the you are rejecting a true null hypothesis. The probability of committing type 1 error is denoted by alpha. You are rejecting a null hypothesis. You made an assumption that is true, but you are still rejecting it. You are still rejecting it. That is that you determine by the symbol alpha. Type 2 error is you know that it's a false null hypothesis, but you're accepting it. That's a type 2 error. Then you put that is denoted by the beta. Are you following? Are you all following what I'm saying? These are the extra two outcomes. You have I specified the four here. I specified the four ways of taking a decision. If simply you can reject or retain, but circumstances might crop up sometimes where you will be accepting the false null hypothesis or rejecting the true null hypothesis. So in such cases, you have to be very, very careful why you're doing that, what justification you would be giving it. Okay. So this is represented, there are four outcomes for making a decision. Now, type 1 error is the probability of rejecting a null hypothesis, which is actually true. This criteria, and alpha level is the level of significance or criterion for an hypothesis test. It is the largest probability of committing a type 1 error that we will allow and still decide to reject the null hypothesis. This criterion is usually set at 0.05, and we compare this alpha level to the p level. Now here, please understand, you set this alpha as the sig level of the significance. You want this level to be attained, and you fix up that level, and that level is 5%. The criterion is usually set at 0.05. Alpha is equal to 0.05. 0.05, and we compare the alpha level to the p value. We still have to calculate the p value, and this p value will be compared with this alpha level, and then we decide whether we retain the hypothesis or we reject the hypothesis. You're all following what I'm saying? This 0.05 is a thumb rule that it is fixed in statistics that this is. That means 95% confident that you are accepting the null hypothesis or rejecting the null hypothesis. All right. So we decide to reject the null, otherwise we retain the null. P is less than, P is greater than. Now I'll go to the next p-value and hypothesis testing. Please clearly understand here, this particular slide is more important. Approach to accept, reject a hypothesis. P-value tells the strength of the evidence against HO, null hypothesis. P-value is compared with the significance level to make a decision between accepting or rejecting. If P is greater than 0.05, first and foremost, we check with the 95%, then 0.01, or we still go beyond 0.0001. So if P is greater, we say we have some evidence that H naught is true. The null hypothesis is not true. If P is less than of any of these values, we say that we are rejecting null hypothesis. We no longer believe that American children go for 3 hours of watching of TV. If P is greater than either 0.05, the next level 1% and 10%, 5%, we say that we are not going by the H naught anymore. We have some evidence to say that H naught is true if it is P is greater than. That means we say that they are going for 3 hours of watching. Okay, so this is how. If P is less than 0.01, it's something like a even more high significant 0.01. Okay, so that's how we decide. Now we will go for, I'll just give an example and conclude. I think if I get another 15-20 minutes probably, I can go for some tests and tell you how we have to calculate P and then decide the decision. Ma'am, Bilgram ma'am?
Yeah.
Can I get some more because I'm still in the beginning only? How much time is left out for me?
1 minute. It is 12:55. You have to end at the most at 1:50, not more than that, because they have to go for lunch and again come back because next resource person are ready.
Okay. Then what I'll do is I've given so many examples in this PPT. They can go through. In case if they have any queries, ask them to mail me. I'll respond to them.
Okay.
So the testing the hypothesis, we have something called a Z test. Some of you may be familiar with the Z test, T test, and F test, and chi-square, and so on and so forth. I'll specify the Z test here, the formula I'll be giving you, and how you calculate the p-value. Based on the p-value, whether you reject the null hypothesis or accept the null hypothesis will be known. The one independent sample Z test is a statistical procedure used to test hypothesis considering the mean in a single population with a known variance. Okay, so this, here it is, this formula is this. I'll give you the formula straight. Here, take the level of the significance. This you will get in statistics books for the level of significance 0.05. In the one tail text 1.645 or minus 1.645 on either sides of the normal distribution. When you get these values, if the p-value is less than this, you reject the null hypothesis. If the p-value is greater than this, you retain the null hypothesis. In the two-tailed test, it should be plus or minus 1.96 for the 5% level of significance. And for the 1% level of significance, you have different 2.33 and 2.58. And for the 10% level of significance, you have 3.09 and 3.30. The p-value falling greater than or less than will specify whether you are rejecting or accepting the null hypothesis. Now, computing the test statistic, how do you compute is the Z tested formula is simple mean minus the population mean divided by the standard error of the mean. So this is how, this is the formula I've specified it here. You use this formula and I have given an example here. In this particular example, I have a Templar and Tomio reported the population mean score on the quantitative portion of the graduate record examination. The general test is being conducted for students taking an example between 1994 and 1997. And the number is, sample size is 100. Sample mean is 585. Then you have a, then you know plus or minus 139. You have a significance, fix the significance, 5% level of significance. What is the p-value? I'm not testing this one. This, you're all following what I'm saying? The scores of the children, of the students, this is an example I'm giving you. The GRE score is being tested for students, for 100 students, and we recorded the sample mean of those 100 students equal to 585. And one independent sample Z test for whether or not we will retain the null hypothesis. Is it 558 at 0.5 significance level or not? That is what we want to test. Okay. Now, what we are testing here is The mean test scores are equal to 558 in the population, and the mean test scores are not equal to 558 in the population. The general score is 558, we are saying. Whether it is 558 is equal to or not equal to, we are not testing it. The level of the significance at 0.5, 95% level of significance we have set, and we want to test this. Okay, so for testing this one, we use the Z test. There's a difference between using the Z test and the T test, and I think if time permits, I'll immediately explain you. But for the first time, first and foremost, understand how you apply this formula and come out with the values. Now here, the critical value is a cutoff value that defines the boundaries beyond which less than 5% of sample means can be obtained if the null hypothesis is true or not. Now we have the formula here. Now compute the test statistic, and we have calculated using the formula population mean minus sample means by the standard error gives you the Z statistic value. The obtained value is the value of the test statistic. When the obtained value exceeds the critical value, we decide to reject the null hypothesis, otherwise we retain the null hypothesis. What we got here, we have calculated and we got 1.94. Now I'm saying this 1.94 is less than the critical value. What is the critical value? It does not fall in the rejection region. The decision is to retain the null hypothesis. What is the value that critical region that should give us is 1.64 or something. According to that table, at the 5% level of significance, we need to get much lower than 1.94. You check with this value with the table, you will understand. Okay, the probability of obtaining the Z is 1.94 is stated by that you call that as a p value. You take this 1.94 value and you will be in statistical textbooks. The p distribution values will be given under this 1.94. What is the value of the p? You check, and if it is less than or greater than, you take accordingly the decision. Now in this case, the look for a Z score equal to 1.94 in column A, then locate the probability toward the tail in the column C in the statistical table given in the statistics textbooks. The value is 0.0262. Do you multiply the value by the number of the tails when you have the two tails, because it is not equal to you have written. The mean is not equal to 558 you have written. If it is greater than, it will be one test. If it is less than, it is one tail test. But here two tail test. When you have the two tail test, you have to multiply this 0.0262 into 2, then you get the value 0.05. Now your p value, now the Z is 1.94. It is greater than this 0.05. All right, you got the point? Now what do? You have to, you say that since p is greater than 5%, we decide to retain the null hypothesis. That means you are saying that the null hypothesis stands valid. We conclude the mean score for the general, the GRE test conducted for this remains 558. It is not less than or it is not greater than. It stands valid. Is that clear to all of you? Is that clear? Hello, participants. I'll go for one more example. Yes, please.
Are you clear, participants?
Hello.
Hello, participants. Are you clear there? Okay, ma'am, you continue it.
Okay.
Maybe they have muted it.
Okay. Fine. Okay. Yeah, this one more example I'm giving here is a manufacturer supplies the rear axles for the US Postal Service mail trucks. These axles must be able to withstand 80,000 pounds per square inch in stress tests, but an excessively strong axle raises production cost significantly. So the long experience indicates the standard deviation or the strength of its axles is 4,000 pounds per square inch. The manufacturer selects a sample of 100 axles from production, tests them, and finds mean stress capacity of the sample is 79,600 pounds per square inch. So if the axle manufacturer uses significance level of 0.05 in testing, will the axis meet its stress requirements? This is the example. So now you state the null hypothesis and alternate. For any testing, you have to state the null hypothesis. Mu sample mean, population mean is equal to 80,000, and the sample the alternative hypothesis is equal to not equal to 80,000. And same formula you put here, calculate the Z and compare with and take the P from the statistical tables and then arrive at this one. You take a what is it that you got the Z value, the Z value as -1. Because -1 does not fall in the rejection region, H naught is not rejected. We conclude that sample selected meets the stress requirements and therefore the axles manufactured meet the stress requirements. This is another example. I've given so many examples like here. When you're, and supposing if you have two populations, how do you have to calculate the mean? The formula is beginning here and here. And I also given one beautiful example. You can easily follow from here and put the formula and then come out with the values. Now, supposing you have a property here, if as long as your sample size is greater than 30, you can go for Z test. If the sample size is less than 30, then you can't use the Z test, but you have to go for the T test. The T test again will have the same way rejecting and accepting null hypothesis. The p-value is greater than or less than 0.05 or 0.05, 0.001. Initially, you have to fix it. If you want to test at the level of 0.05, you have to see accordingly the values and then decide. If you want to test the significant at the significance level 0.01, you immediately initially you set that significance level criteria and then go for it. And accordingly, the value is being given in the table and check with the table and with the obtained value and decide whether you reject or accept the null hypothesis. But for the T distribution, you have a slightly different formula here, which you can understand. I put step by step where you have to put what value and what this notations, the symbols represent what from the sample and from the population means. Okay, so the Z statistics takes the following form when we have two different means here. This is one particular example. Now I will go with the different kind of an example when n is less than 30. This is another example. Suppose if the sample is smaller than 30 observations. Suppose earlier we have taken 20 students. Now suppose if you increase the 20 to 30 students, the Z test will no longer stands good, valid. You have to go for the T distribution. If the n is less than, if the n is less than 30, you have to go for the T test. If it is n is greater than 30, you have to go for the Z test. Now, two salesmen A and B are employed by a company. Recently, they have conducted a sample survey yielding the following data. Number of sales for salesman A and salesman B. Number of sales 20, 22. Average sales is 800, 780. Standard deviation is given as 70 and 60. Now, is there any significant difference between these average sales of these two salesmen? Now, I'm taking two people, two means. It's not one mean, two samples I have now. So, the null hypothesis you keep as mu1 is equal to mu2 and alternative is mu1 is not equal to mu2. The T statistics calculated as follows. This is the formula and you get a value T is equal to 0.97 approximately, and at the level of 0.05% level of significance, you have the T is equal to 2.002. Since the calculated T value is less than the critical value, for the Z test, this value is something different. For the T distribution, you have the value is different. I have given very clearly, separately the tables. You need to check the table value, obtained value at each level of significance and check whether you accept or reject the null hypothesis.
Hello.
Here, we accept the null hypothesis. There is no
म्यूट कर दिए क्या?
sales by the two salesmen because
हाँ बस एक लास्ट है खोल दो म्यूट कर दो लोग.
Followed that to all of you is a simple that you can understand. All right, so this is how we do that.
कहाँ पर जाऊँ?
I'll just take 5 minutes more and then
participants hai.
1 second. I'll just go ahead with an example.
हाँ हाँ है शेयर चैट हाँ अनम्यूट है
Here.
ठीक
Okay. I will go with another example. Just a minute.
ओके अच्छा सुनो सदाम इनके पीपीटीज और इससे पहले रश्मि मैडम के पीपीटीज आए थे ना वो दोनों भी एचआरडीसी पे भेजा दो हाँ डाल
This is the
मैडम
last.
हम लोग से भी शेयर करवा दीजिए पीपीटी प्लीज.
This is the last one. Supposing if you have 2 or more means of independent samples are involved.
बिलगरामी मैम हम लोग से भी पीपीटी शेयर करवा दीजिए प्लीज.
डेफिनेटली डोंट वरी बिल्कुल.
So this is an extension of the Z test, T test, and you also have something like an F distribution. This I will just simply, just in 1 or 2 sentences, I would explain and then conclude because it's almost like the same concept, but with when you have a 2 or more different sample means altogether when you are supposed to estimate the significance levels, how do you do that? So I have given an example here, comparing 3 or more population means here. Supposing Brunner Marketing Research, they have got 4 companies here. These people have taken the survey for major carriers joined in hiring Brunner Marketing Research to survey recent passengers regarding their level of satisfaction in recent flights. The survey is included questioning on ticketing, boarding, and 4 companies with the 4 flights. They have come out with some survey with the passengers, and the passengers' response is being scored here: 4, 3, 5, good, fair, and so on and so forth. These responses have been totaled, and then we have given for all the samples and the scores of all, and then given at the 1% level of 0.01% level of the significance level. We want to test whether all these are having a similar kind of offering of similar kind of incentives for the passengers or not. Is there any difference among these different companies? So that you can test with a method called analysis of variance, because when you have 3 or 4 companies putting across, understanding this means of all that, whether mu1 is equal to mu2 is equal to mu3 is equal to mu4, company A is equal to B is equal to C equal to D, we have to go for the ANOVA test. ANOVA test will tell you, ANOVA test tells you the variation within and across the total variation gives within and across how actually these companies differ or equal. And I say that these 4 companies are equal, identical, with an assumption. If I start my research work, when I collect the data, compute the F values, we call the F values here with the formula, calculate the means, take out the means of the population and divide with the standard deviations and so on and so forth. And if I find that the means of all these are not equal, then I would refute the statement given in the null hypothesis. Okay. So that's we call with the ANOVA analysis of the variance. I have given step by step. Please follow all this and then you will understand what is the value that has to be much greater than the specified null hypothesis value also is being given here. And this with this is a somewhat a little bit extension of your T and F distribution. Okay, different kinds of examples here will tell you very clearly as to how you have to calculate the values and then state the whether the hypothesis, null hypothesis, true or not. Okay, with this I'll wind up and or to if any questions are there, if any discussion, just 5 minutes I can spare. If you are all willing to, I can answer your questions and then we will conclude. Any questions? First of all, let me know whether it is clear or not. Because statistics is something which has to be dealt very slowly and all. I don't know whether in this particular I did justice making you understand the basic concept of how to test the hypothesis. Because normally, when you select a wonderful research piece to state your objectives and test the hypothesis, it's that's where you apply your mind. That's a skill. You know, when your hypothesis is going wrong and testing your hypothesis is going wrong, your whole research goes wrong. You have to be very careful here. The step by step you need to follow very carefully and then take a decision.
Are you clear, participants? Participants?
Yes, please. I think they're all. The lunch time has come probably. I think everybody is wanting to
Madam,
rush.
you are unmuted now.
Yeah.
Yes, madam.
I'm not.
No, I have done it.
Okay, madam.
Yeah.
Now it is okay.
Hello, madam.
Madam, this course became very fruitful because of your lecture, madam. Really, I am not boasting you. Really, you did well.
Okay.
Please send your contact number, madam. Being a new research scholar, whenever we get problem, we can contact you.
See, so much disturbance at the back. So that's why I have muted.
Madam, send your contact number in chat, madam.
This particular the PPT, at the end of the PPT, I've given my mobile number and email ID also.
I am also from economics, madam. That's why I am asking.
Okay.
You will be getting all the PPTs. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So, madam, really it was very wonderful, very informative, very descriptive type of lecture. You have clearly explained about the review of literature, which is a very important part when we are doing a research. You have explained about the approaches, how to approach, how to choose the sources, and also the process for conducting the research and the ways to organize how to organize the literature review. Everything you have explained it nicely. And about the formulation of hypothesis, you told to test the objectives, specified the objectives. For testing, you have certain concepts. Based on that concept, you have to test your objectives, and you have shown the steps of hypothesis, null hypothesis, systematic, semi-systematic. Really, it was a very beautiful, very wonderful, and very descriptive, elaborate type of lecture, concluding everything in that, consisting everything in that. So it is really helpful for the people who are doing their research. So once again, I thank you, ma'am, on behalf of UGC HRDC. It is very, very wonderful lecture you have given. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, madam.
Your PPT, please.
Very informative session, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Participants.
Yeah.
See,
Madam,
Yes, madam, tell me.
If I unmute you, some of them are making so much noise. That's why I muted you. So please don't, if I unmute also, don't make noise, it will be very disturbing. All of you, please, from your side, you mics. It will be very good.
Usha, madam, please send contact number in chat, madam.
It is there in the PPT.
Already I shared the PPTs with ma'am and all.
Yeah, I'll give you.
My ID, my number, everything is available.
And one more thing,
okay.
you
Thank
have
you
to
very
be
much,
here
madam.
at 2 o'clock. Okay? 2, we'll start our third technical session. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay,
madam.
I'm clear, all the participants. You have to be here at 2 or 2:05. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, madam.
Okay.
Okay, madam.
Okay, thank you, madam,
Thank
for
you,
your
madam.
wonderful lecture, madam. Really, thank you.
Thank you.
Sigrami, madam, thank you for arranging.
This opportunity, I'm very thankful to you. We'll be in touch, ma'am. Okay.
Definitely. Again, I'm having one more programs from 18th and from 23rd. So I'll call you, ma'am.
Sure.
For those.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Any topic I will give you related to the research, you can speak on that. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All the best for the participants. Best wishes from my end.
Okay, madam.
Yeah.
Okay, madam. Okay, madam. Thank you.
Okay then. Bye.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Saddam? बदाम? हाँ, अब ये अब बंद कर दो और 10 to 2 को ओपन कर देना। 10 to 2 को ओपन कर देना मीटिंग। ओके ओके।